You don't need a cape just to help someone win. Do something simple, do something true. Make a sandwich for a friend, hold the door for someone too. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Check on your neighbor, share what you can do. One small action turns into a wave. Do something today, be the change that you crave. Facts still matter, it starts with you. Facts still matter, it starts with you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning, everybody. Welcome to Market Manipulation Monday. Thanks for being here. We know you have many choices to make every single day, and we are super grateful that you choose to spend some time with us. Thank you, friends. You know the drill. Tapping is clapping, and liking is loving, and sharing is caring. 3 goals to start. If you guys could help us take care of those, push that out to the FYP. That really helps us. Don't forget about joining our team. That's a great way to support the channel as well. And as always, we are crowd-funded here. Jump on board the dollar train. Also, promotion this week. If you want to support the channel, to do something to our channel, we take donations at Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, all at Facts Still Matter. This week, any donation in increments of $5 or more will get you an entry into a drawing. We did this a couple weeks back. Actually, we've done this twice so far. Very, very popular. So a $5 entry, $5 donation gets you 1 entry, $10 entry gets you 2 entries, and so on. So any and all donations above $5 will get you entered into a drawing. We'll compile them all week long. The next Monday, we'll spin our wheel, and the winner will get to pick an item from the Facts merch store. So that'll be coming your way. Actually, a big announcement about the show coming up around 9 o'clock. We'll let an audience build up here. Got a couple things I want to bring you guys up to speed on. So again, if you want to help us out, you can always jump on the dollar train as well. Would love to see if we can get that above 19K this week. That would be fantastic. Thank you all for being here. I really appreciate it. Keep in mind that you can head over to the merch store. Speaking of merch, you can find that at factsstillmatter.site or Facts HQ. You can find that link in the link tree that is in my bio. Also, there you'll find a link to the Discord. That's what it is. Yeah, the Discord. Please consider joining the Discord. We just ask that you go through the verification steps. That's kind of like our hub. Actually, I just had this idea. Mods, we should talk about maybe streaming the World Cup game tonight, because we got some news on that, because that's a really weird story. We'll bring you guys up to speed on that in just a moment. Again, all kinds of resources available in the Discord. You can also find a link to the Instagram page for the Do Something Tour. Please follow along there. Not a lot of content there yet. That'll be part of the announcement coming up at 9 o'clock. So do all the things, friends. Do all the things. Help us drive towards completion of our gift goal today. Join our team. Like and follow, like and share, copy, paste. You know the drill. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you. It is day 198 of the federal government breaking the law by not releasing everything connected to the Epstein files. We're going to talk about that in a little bit, because Todd Blanche has basically said, yeah, no, we're not going to do that. Acknowledging, first of all, that there was more files. Don't forget, he said recently that there were no more files. Now he's acknowledging that there are more files, and the judge is going to have to make some determinations. So we'll see. The war rages in Iran. Got a couple of updates there for you. Obviously, we need to talk about the events of this. This picture, of course, tells the entire story without question. I want to unpack a little bit more about who Patriot Front is. You know, these pathetic cowards that are doing their intimidation tactics, because it tracks with what the president's been saying. As we've discussed in this space many, many times, you can always tell what the administration or the right-wing Christian nationalists are afraid of by the things that they say. So now the hyper focus is on communism. So I went back and did a little bit of research on McCarthyism and the Red Scare, and how that word was prominent in our faces when we were a lot younger, especially our parents. Well, my parents at least. You know, the McCarthy trials were televised on TV, the McCarthy hearings, I should say. So we're going to get into all that so we can understand. Again, I think it's important to understand where the fear is coming from. We know it's ridiculous, but it's going back to a time. Again, this is the whole "Make America Great Again" mantra. What was holding up in their minds, what was keeping America from being great back then, was communism. Even though we know that is just not true. Also, an update on Mallory McMorrow dropping out of the Senate race in Michigan, which I think was a bit of a surprise. although the polling numbers weren't necessarily. She kind of disappointed me, to be honest, in some of her campaign messaging. I think this is someone who brokenhearted. Yes, I'm brokenhearted. Someone who tried to present themselves as a progressive, and they're just not a progressive, which means it's now a two-party race. Boils down to Abdul Sayed, who's part of the DSA, and then a status quo moderate Democrat. Of course, we'll know what we'll do. McMurrow has not decided yet if she's going to endorse anybody. I might as well get into that story now because I think it's interesting. If you voted for her, if you vote for this, there's a couple of people who've already cast their ballots in Michigan during the primary season. So if you voted in person on election day, you're fine. If you cast an absentee or early ballot for McMurrow, your vote is still counted, but it will be counted as a vote for McMurrow, even though she is no longer actively seeking the nomination. There are things you can do with spoiling your vote. I couldn't find the exact details for that, but I will try to find what's required to do what's referred to as spoil your ballot, so you can change your vote. I'm not entirely sure the process, and I don't want to share you guys inaccurate information, but that is an option. So. Not so. Again, I'm more disappointed in her, to be honest. We tried really hard to get her on the show early on in her campaign. In hindsight, I'm glad we didn't, because Abdul Sayed is an incredibly strong candidate, which again speaks to what the the right-wing Christian nationalists of our country are afraid of. So all that, and we have a lot to cover today, and of course, I always want to hear from you. So everybody keep tapping, please. Appreciate y'all very, very much. And again, we'll do an announcement coming up around 9 o'clock this morning. All right, a few things that I think we should address. I want to talk about this because it's messaging, from what I do and how we've discussed it and broken it down is a really powerful thing. And the fact that the entire media machine, the entire conservatives, the Republicans, the Christian nationalists, they're all aligned. I mean, they do sort of align. They do get in lockstep with things. And the new messaging is around communism. So there's a couple of little bits of sound that I want to play for you. First, I'm going to play some results from so this is sort of like a 5-minute grab from the president's speech over the weekend, which was crazy. And by the way, I don't believe in God, but I certainly do believe in the power of Mother Nature. So the fact that the weather was what it was, and by the way, there were people that were talking about like a geoengineered heat dome. I did a video on this. So people were just because the weather was ridiculously hot, no one showed up. I don't know if anybody would have showed up anyways, but it was ridiculously hot in DC. Shit, it was 104 degrees up here over the weekend. So it was brutal. Up here, meaning South Canada. People were saying that it couldn't have been natural causes. What's that? Couldn't have been. I've got a little hanger on her. Couldn't have been natural causes. I mean, as in the climate changing. No. Someone actually said it was a geoengineered heat dome. As to why it was so hot in DC. Yeah, I shit you not. That's exactly what they were saying. So there's that. And of course, people, having to leave because of heat stroke, medical emergencies. Well, of course, the president was never going to miss an opportunity to talk about crowd size. So this is what he had to say on Live Social about that.
The crowd at 7:05 in the evening was 422,000 people. All were forced to leave because of the weather. The event was canceled, and everyone was gone because of lightning. When I heard that it was canceled, I immediately overturned that decision and waited a while for people to come back. Incredibly, at least 150,000 people returned, and it was even more spectacular evening than it would have been as normalized. It showed work under pressure. Congratulations to the Secret Service and law enforcement on being able to get so many people back into the arena in such rapid fashion. It was an amazing evening, even made more spectacular by the fact that immediately after the great fireworks ended, the rains came down. Full blast. President Donald J. Trump.
I mean, the obsession with crowd size still. I have not seen any reporting. Now, the event last night was because I did see on Saturday night, the fireworks were great. They were absolutely fantastic. I don't know if you guys know this, but 10 years ago, there was actually a commission set up in Congress to address America's 250th. There was a bipartisan agreement And there were monies that were allocated, and that all got changed. Of course, they squirreled that money away, and they sort of did a little Ponzi scheme, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, the obsession with crowd size and a failing event, it was horrible. And I think to be perfectly honest, though, if you think about the events over the last few weeks, you had the UFC event, right? You had the situation with the reflecting pool. We're going to get into all of that because Doug Burgum he's in a whole lot of hot water. Again, the UFC fight with cage matches and all that bullshit, and then this event. I mean, how fucking embarrassing. I mean, the rest of the world is just like, give me a break. So I was watching a documentary over the weekend called The American Experience. It's on Netflix. And it just talks about leading up to the signing of the Declaration of Independence and then the Revolutionary War and battling the North and the South, trying to come up with the 3/5 compromise and watching that whole thing and how that panned out and how northern representatives of the Continental Congress opposed to slavery, having to make deals to try to get the Constitution signed, and how it's just a horrible circumstance. And I'm thinking about the aspirational, intent of the Declaration of Independence about what America could be, right? About what it's supposed to stand for, unalienable rights, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, and how that carried into treaties around the world, and how after the Declaration was signed and how that got across the finish line, and how other countries decided they saw that opportunity as well. This concept of self-governance, like we're not beholden to anyone. So it's still this aspirational document. Obviously, we have a long way to go. In fact, in many cases, we've regressed, which is part of what I want to talk about today, about how this continued rise of right-wing violence. And I know the left wants to continue, or the right wants to say that it's on the left. It certainly is not. We'll talk about some of the data behind it. But it's just this fascination that the president has with crowd size, trying to make these messages. So it's always going to be somebody that they're going to target to hate, to try to deliver the news. So let's go back to the speech the president made, and just there's going to be some contrast here. So you're going to hear from the president, and you're also going to hear from Mike Johnson, and then we'll discuss more about Todd Blanche a little bit. We're going to get into this story, and obviously we'll hear from you. But here's the president first. This was his speech. Crazy shit here.
We can only lose the midterms if we allow ourselves to lose the midterms, if we are foolish, stupid, and unwise. But if we terminate the filibuster, as we should do, and immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose an election for 100 years, as we should do.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that? So every time he opens his mouth when we're talking about the SAVE Act, it's always about, it's never about what the issue is, because there is no issue regarding votes. The propensity of illegal votes, as they say. This is voter suppression. This is a scare tactic. Listen to what he says.
And immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose an election for 100 years.
Oh, that's interesting. We're not going to lose an election for 100 years. Why is that? Is your policy suddenly going to get better? Is your policy suddenly going to get better? Well, people will actually want to vote for you? Okay.
We do that, we're not going to lose an election for 100 years. The Communist Party is made up of illegal immigrants, criminals, and everybody that doesn't want to work. Communism is a loser. It always was, and it is right now. It's a big loser. Look at the people that are promoting it. They are not the people you're going to follow. In 250 years, the free people of this land have accomplished more with our liberty than any other society has accomplished, even in thousands and thousands of years. As you look back and you study, what our critics will never understand is that America is not the sum of its mistakes. Our mistakes make us human. Our achievements make us American, and nobody has ever had the achievements that we've had.
Okay, so obviously there's a script there. Obviously we know that he wants the Save America Act so that he can set up this system where he can cheat. Because again, it's more than just the suppression of the vote. It's about access to voter rolls. It's about picking and choosing who then you want to consider a viable voter. Thank you, Swishy Raiders. Hearts in the chat for Swishy Raiders, please. Thank you, guys. how else would you, why would you say something so unbelievably treasonous? You pass the SAVE Act and Republicans will win for the next 100 years. And then he follows that up with a statement on True Social.
There is nothing Americans can't do except get voter ID, identification, proof of citizenship, or, most importantly of all, terminate the filibuster, which the Democrats will do immediately upon gaining office. Add 2 more states, 4 more senators, 8 more congressmen, and at least 20 electoral votes, and it will be impossible for a Republican to ever be elected president again. I don't want to be the last Republican president. Get smart, Republicans. If you don't, you won't be in office for long. President DJT.
So there's the model, right? There's the model. They need to continue to try to scare people into something. Going to scare you into thinking that the communists are coming. And it was first it was the women, then it was the gays, then it was the entire queer community. It's always been black and brown people. It's always been women. It's the disabled. It's the immigrants. It's somebody. They got to find somebody to blame. Someone. Always got to be a target. It doesn't matter who it is. There always has to be a target. Always. And now it's the communists. God forbid it's the communists. Queso, are you there?
Oh, hey there. Hey there.
Hi there.
How are you, friend?
Good. How are you?
Good, good. I just wanted to say I thought of you this weekend because I saw this great kind of protest art parade that happened in Vermont on Saturday that just was magical. And no offense, I've never thought much about going to Vermont, but that made me want to go to Vermont. So
no offense taken. That means just
cool.
one more parking place for me. I'm kidding. Yeah, Bernie was there. Yeah, Bernie
yeah,
was there.
very, very cool.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you for jumping in today. I appreciate you.
Oh, I think my connection's not great, friend, but that was it.
Okay. Thank you, friend. I appreciate you. Yeah, there's the Warren, Vermont. It was, by the way, it was torrential rain, and Bernie's walking down the street. Bristol and Warren, 2 small towns, very different towns. Warren is a very sort of really eclectic community. It's near Sugarbush, and then Bristol is in central Vermont, just north of Middlebury. That's kind of really one of the historic parades. But Bernie was there on Saturday, and it was pouring rain, and people are out in there, and they're doing their Vermont thing, like whatever. It's torrential rain. We're gonna go out here. We're gonna carry our signs. The frog showed up a lot on Saturday, which was really cool. Anyway, back to the topic at hand. So the president saying all this kind of rhetoric because they are so terrified of communists. Mike Johnson said the same thing. This was a speech he made last week addressing the Republican caucus. And I think I played this for you guys before. If not, hearing it for the first time, it's necessary. Here you go.
But the DSA, the Democrat Socialists of America, it sounds so innocuous, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. Don't say that. This is their platform. Listen, this is actually quotes from their platform that they published, I think, about a day or two ago. You can find this on the internet. Okay, here's just a sample of what they're about. They put this on paper. They're saying the quiet things out loud.
Okay, these are the things that they're trying to tell you should be afraid of. Okay, this is how desperate they are. And you can listen to the way Mike is saying it, like he's blowing it off, like these things are really dangerous. I want you to listen to the things that he's talking about, okay?
Abolish the Electoral College, replace the two-party system with a multi-party democracy.
Okay. I mean, we hear from your own voters that they're sick of the two-party system as well, right? Okay.
Expand the House of Representatives, implement proportional representation, and ranked choice voting.
You mean we the people, as in a democracy that truly represents the people? Okay.
In all elections. Establish public ownership of the largest corporations.
That's not DSA platform. There are some examples where public ownership, of transportation might be a good thing. Again, these are the things they're trying to tell you to be afraid of.
And essential industries to ensure democratic control and accountability to the people.
That would be small d democratic. Don't forget, your president just bought stock in NVIDIA and Palantir. So what are we talking about here, Mike?
Abolish ICE and grant amnesty for all.
Yeah. No one has said abolish ICE, by the way, not on the DSA platform. It's just stop them acting like thugs, that they might as well just be the Patriot Front, right? And then redirect funds to handle immigration policy properly. Again, any issue with that, anybody?
End sanctions on Cuba, Venezuela, and Iran.
Okay.
Free Palestine.
Okay.
Quote, for a free Palestine with Jerusalem as its capital.
Okay.
End all military and economic aid to Israel. Prosecute U.S. and Israeli leaders responsible for the genocide in Gaza.
So you notice how he blows off G-side? Again, what's the issue? Yeah, if this is Mike, if you ran out and ran on this kind of shit, you might get reelected.
Abolish the carceral state. Listen, quote, redirect police and prison funding to public services as steps towards abolishing the carceral forces of the capitalist state.
Again, that's the for-profit prison system. By the way, President Trump has stake in a for-profit prison system. We'll talk about that later.
Y'all, it goes on and on and on. Defund the Department of War.
Yeah, it's defund it. Doesn't mean cut their budget. It just means, why are they getting a raise?
Place the president and the Supreme Court with an executive and judiciary chosen and subordinate to Congress.
That's checks and balances, my guy. Mike, you're a constitutional lawyer. You would know what the articles of the Constitution mean then. You would know that Congress is supposed to have oversight. Why are you laughing about that? It's like literally your fucking job.
Which they're hoping to take over. And the last one is abolish the Senate. Now, some of you may agree with that, but don't, just leave that one there. Okay.
Actually, my guy, it's your party that wants to do away with the 17th Amendment. You don't want the voters to elect senators. You want state legislators to do it. So be careful, because I keep the receipts, my guy. I keep the receipts. That's your party that wants to amend the Constitution to override the 17th Amendment so that senators are not elected by the people, that they're appointed by. I know, right? Exactly, Jen. Last night or the night before. They want to overturn this. They want to overturn the 17th Amendment so that legislators can appoint senators. But keep going, Mike.
It's fine. I'm kidding. I love my colleagues over there. There's a new Gallup and NBC poll. Came out about 4 days ago. Listen to this.
Oh, you're so sweet. Host is an actual waste of human in society. Oh, that's so nice. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. For those of you who think that I'm a waste of society, please gift and support the live. Appreciate you all.
Only 29% of Democrat voters now say they are proud to be American. Over half now say they want to live in another country. Yeah, go.
So scary.
We can't deport that many. So let me tell you, this is a very sobering, let's see how much time I have. Oh dear, 3 minutes. Okay, look, I am very bullish about the midterms. Let me just tell you right now, as a leader of this little army in the House, we are ready for this fight. We're ready for this fight. We're called for it. My friends, I have a very boring 90-minute slideshow that I could go through with you right now. All the reasons we're going to win. We are going to defy history. It is true. We have to defy history. Only twice in 90 years has a sitting president picked up seats for his party in that first two-year cycle. But this is a midterm unlike any other, not only because of the threats that we face that are very real and must be confronted, but it's because of a lot of reasons on paper why we should win. We have a great record to run on. You just heard our extraordinary Treasury Secretary recount some of the big wins that we've done. I could do this with you all day, talking about the 700 bills we passed through the House, the 100 executive orders we've codified, and all the great things we've done for hardworking American families and pro-family policy.
Like cut their SNAP benefits, Mike. Cut funding to Medicaid, Medicare, which closed rural hospitals, Mike. That kind of stuff. Cool.
Policies and pro-life policies, and we're fulfilling our promises. We have better candidates than the Democrats do. They are on.
You have better candidates than the Democrats do? You do? You want to name any? Who are those better candidates? Chad Bianco? Spencer Pratt? Were those guys better candidates? Byron Donalds in Florida speaking about reading and making sure that we're progressing education, and then spells achievability wrong. or whatever the word was. Ken Paxton. Those are better candidates? Really? Okay.
The verge of an open civil war because the establishment Democrats are being pushed out by the Marxists. They're having a lot of disarray on their side, and that will play to our advantage in the midterms.
Will it?
We have, for the first time in 10 years, my friends, we have a slight fundraising advantage over the Democrats. That never happens.
Really? Gee, Mike, do you know why that is? Because you can't fundraise grassroots. You depend on dark money. You depend on a lot of corporations and super PACs funding your campaigns. You depend on the billionaire class, which is why you don't want to support overturning Citizens United, because without that money, you can't fund your campaigns. Find me a grassroots Republican who's taking small dollar donations. You can't. Yeah, exactly, Gravedigger. And then freedom spelled with 3 E's. Exactly. Okay, Mike, keep going.
People are so motivated, and we have the President of the United States running like it's 2024, okay? He's going to tell you that himself here in a few minutes. He's going to tell you. He's out doing campaigns and rallies, and he's going to look right into the eyes of the camera and say, I am on the ballot, because in a real sense he is. If we were to lose the midterms, heaven forbid, these Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even the big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, the cabinet, his donors and friends. Half of you in this room will be targeted.
Wow, don't threaten me with a good time. Can you say that again, Mike? That's like softcore.
These Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even the big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, since he is. If we were to lose the midterms, heaven forbid, these Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even the big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body. These Democrats, y'all, impeachment's not even the big concern. They will turn every committee of Congress into an investigative body, and they'll go after the president's family, the cabinet, his donors and friends. Half of you in this room will be targeted. I run the protection program. I'll take care of you, okay? We're going to win. We're going to win the midterm, okay?
Okay. Crazy how that works. You know, just because, Mike, you have completely just given up on your role as Speaker of the House, you basically said, you know, you grab the ankles when it comes to our Constitution, even though you are a constitutional lawyer, right? Even though you don't think that the Congress should have oversight, doesn't mean it shouldn't. That is one of Congress's jobs. Oversight. System of checks and balancing. System of checks and balances, right? Yeah. That's right. You guys could take out those gift goals. I'd appreciate that. That helps us get to the algorithm. Stay there. We pushed back against a couple of restrictions last week, so we could really use your help there. Appreciate that. But interesting, he calls himself the Protection Brigade or whatever the fuck it is. Protecting people from what? Being held accountable for their crimes? Thank you. Being held accountable? Is that what we're protecting people against? It's an interesting take. All that to say that they need to have something for you guys to be afraid of. So Fox News. Well, here's another little snippet from the president again, because I want to zero in on the word communism today, because we're going to talk about the Red Scare. We're going to talk about McCarthy, the McCarthy trials, et cetera, the McCarthy hearings. But again, this is the president just reminding people what to be afraid of this time.
Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked.
Okay.
Our warriors did not fight communism on battlefields across the world, only to have that menace rear its ugly head right back here in America. We're not going to let it happen.
Yeah, right. So they can't define communism. They can't define soap. So it's not saying much. But I hear you, sister. Okay. Let me find that little sound that I want to play from Fox, because they're now running on this. They know they can't. They know they can't compete on policy, right? We know that what Zohran Mamdani is speaking about, again, if you think about it, boil DSA down, boiled social democracies or democratic socialism down to 4 basic principles from my perspective. They prioritize education, they prioritize healthcare, they prioritize a strong social safety net, and they prioritize investments in infrastructure, making sure that their society is functioning. They've got good bridges, they've got good roads, they've got good buses, they've got clean streets, address plumbing, all these kinds of things. That's at the pillar of these things. And to do so, yes, your taxes are higher. And in particular, you tax the wealthy a bit more. And lo and behold, is successful in New York so far. It's got a hold, sure. Balanced budget, taxing, getting rid of some of the loopholes so that billionaires who have property that it's unoccupied in New York City are paying more in taxes, going to raise $500 million and put that back in society. People who are poor in red states who continue to vote Republican or for some reason are freaking out about that. For some reason. Again, this is part of the messaging. Because if you think about the message machine, right? We talk about this whole Brandolini's law. I've mentioned that before. When you tell a lie, it's super easy. The lie, you light the match, the lie spreads. It takes weeks, if not months, if not longer. J6, for example, the 2020 election, for example, or whatever that else might be, could take years and tons of work to go and kind of, to push back on the narrative. So that's part of the problem, right? So when you drop the shit bomb that it's going to be communism, then that's what they focus on. So you got these poorest white rural Americans who are starving. Obviously, the poverty rate's highest there, infant mortality, maternal mortality, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. All those basic underpinnings of societal statistics are higher in red states, higher on the bad side. And yet Zoran Mondani taxes billionaires and then puts $500 million back into the city. And for some reason, those people in those red states are angry about that. They're not angry about the result. They're just told that it's communism. They're just told that you should be afraid of it. So much so that Mike Johnson is trying to gaslight you to tell you to be afraid of ranked choice voting or not funding the military industrial machine as much. Come on. So then Fox does this little wall they put up behind them. They have this graphic. See if I can find, if I have it. I think I saved it. Yeah, they have this graphic behind them. Like, oh, this is what they want. Socialism plan, college for all, housing for all, better infrastructure.
What is it that they believe? Well, it's things that we've all heard. Medicare for all, college for all, housing for all, and doing all that with a 32-hour work week. You'll pay for it by, of course, taxing the rich. And why don't we throw in the Green New Deal and free Palestine along the way?
I'm sorry.
Okay, again, here's the list. This is what he wants you to be afraid of.
What is it that they believe? Well, it's things that we've all heard. Medicare for all, college for all, housing for all, and doing all that with a 32-hour work week. You'll pay for it by, of course, taxing the rich. And why don't we throw in the Green New Deal and free Palestine along the way?
So they call this the horrors. This is what the Chiron said. The horrors of democratic socialism. Healthcare, free state colleges and universities, housing programs with rent freezes, 32-hour work week, maybe some sustainable energy programs, free Palestine. Again, this is what they're running on. It's different than in the past because there was no evidence that this was going to take hold, right? Well, we have evidence now. We've got DSA candidates winning across the country, not just in New York. Can they sustain it? I think so. That's what the momentum tells us. We've got Senate races that are closer. We've got Natalie McMorrow stepping out, Mallory McMorrow stepping out of the race in Michigan, right? You've got big wins. You've got districts that are swinging. You've got MAGA for Mamdani because even MAGA doesn't want to go to the middle. They don't want to go to moderate Dems. They want more progressive politics. They want more DSA. So then now they're going out and telling you, right? They're telling you, MAGA, this is Fox News. They're telling you, oh no, the Democrat socialists want health care for all. Oh, education. Oh, housing. Oh no, a 32-hour work week. Investments in infrastructure. Oh my God. Listen, I've told you guys this before. So MAGA, here, this is for you guys. Gentlemen, sit down, all right? We're gonna have a little chat. It's not a flex to work 70 hours a week. It's not. Doesn't make you more of a man. Doesn't make you tough. Doesn't make you anything special. What it makes you is gullible to the system that you would have to work 70 hours a week to provide for your family. That's the whole point. A 32-hour work week, this has been tested. Do you know what you get out of this? See, I was part of when I was in corporate America, I was part of this, I got to meet with other peers from other Fortune 100 companies across the country. and we were in Chicago for this meeting, and we were talking about that. And people were just sort of just because, again, I was on the younger side as where I was in my career at that point. But so I had peers that were all C-suiters, but they came from different backgrounds, and they all stuck to the same drum that we're going to lose productivity if we go to a 32-hour work week. And there's no evidence of that. And on the contrary, there's actually evidence of increased performance, better outcomes, happier employees, which means increased productivity. They just feel because if it's 30 hours, 32 hours a week, then that means we're going to get less output. No, it just means that you respect your employee. Because if you have a situation where your employee has time to do things for themselves, for their families, a 70-hour work week gives you nothing. All you do is work. What's that 10-hour days? 6 12-hour days? I mean, what are you doing? You're killing yourself. I know 40 was arbitrary. That's true, but we can thank unions for that. And again, they're anti-union as well. Why? Why? I'm going to pause there. Actually, I'm going to make this announcement a little bit early. There's a good crowd in here. So speaking of employment, so as I'm just going to get on my soapbox for just a second. If you guys can just bear with me. So I'm a small business owner. So I have a consulting company. People hire me to do a variety of things. So if you know corporate communications and marketing, that's what I do. I'm a hired gun. So people who can't necessarily afford to have a full-blown marketing and or communications or public relations staff or whatever that might be, would hire me. I decided to specialize in certain industries. Like I wanted to work for companies that are either nonprofits or 501c3s or are doing really good philanthropic work. So my two primary customers, one is a really large food bank in the Northeast, and the other is an organization that specializes in placing women and children who've survived domestic violence situations, provide resources and materials and services for them. They run on really, really low budgets. That's why they can't really afford to have a staff, but I've done a lot of work with them. I've done a lot of work with them for the past 4 years. I was just informed last week on the same day that neither one of them is going to be renewing their contract, not because they don't appreciate the service, they just don't have the funds to do it. So it was a bit of a tough blow because it's the majority of my income. So I went through this process of consternation, and of a lot of serious struggling through mental health and the whole 9 yards. And I've made a decision that I am going to do this full time, this being TikTok. As it sits now, I do 20 hours a week of programming and then another probably 20 to 25 hours a week of show prep. So this is a full-time job. It just means that I'm going to probably start doing more content. It means that I'm probably going to start doing different types of content. I've contemplated doing a 1-hour wrap-up show in the evening time to try to get a few more followers. I'm going to change the way in which I gift. But what this means is that you'll probably be seeing a little bit more of me doing different things. It's okay. I appreciate your concern. I appreciate that. But this is really important to me. To be honest, this show is probably the most stable thing in my life currently, because I know from 4 hours a day, Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. till noon, I can do this. It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough. Which is why if people appreciate the content, and I have a lot of generosity of people in our community, I'm going to need your help to kind of get through this stretch. I mean, there's enough people in our audience. We generally average between 1,300 and 1,700 daily, and we hold that number for about 2.5 hours. So if you want to support us, you can do so. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. The dollar train has started, or we have a promotion running this week. Every $5 donation gets you an entry into a drawing. We'll compile all the entries by the end of the week, and then we'll spin our wheel on Monday. So a $5 donation gets you 1 entry, $10 gets you 2, and so on. You guys know I'm not a big fan of asking for things, but here's the situation. This is something I am committed to doing. The tour has consumed my life, and I am so incredibly excited about doing it, and the places that I'm going to go, and the people that I'm going to meet, and the people that I'm going to speak to. It's scary as shit. Thankfully, it's funny because there was like $3,500 in outstanding, the last little chunk of money for my daughter to go to college to close out the year. And I sent that check off like a week and a half ago. If I'd have known, I would have waited. I would have done the payment plan. Anyway, that's where we sit. So anything you can do to support us, please, by completing the daily gift goals, that really helps. It helps push us out the FYP. It helps us kind of take advantage of the TikTok algorithm a little bit more. But just wanted to throw that out there for you guys because, listen, this community means a lot to me. We've worked really, really hard to create this environment where people can feel hopefully safe to say what's on their mind. We uncover the news in a bit of a different way. And we always will. Thank you, guys. And so that's my commitment to you because I ain't going anywhere. I say that today. We'll get through the tour. We'll have an incredible time. We'll have an amazing opportunity. We'll speak to as many people as we can. With that said, we still are looking for a corporate sponsor, somebody who wants to identify with the Do Something Tour. The Do Something Tour is sponsored by this particular person. We're looking for donations of transportation, all these kinds of things. If you have questions about that, you can email me at steve@dosomethingtour.com. I'll get back to you. So that's the story. I am committed. I want to thank you, Francis, you sexy bitch, for talking me off the ledge, and a few other people that I had some good conversations with. You might have saw the video I did on my motorcycle. When I need to think, if it's the winter, I hop on my snowboard. If it's the summertime, you'll see me either with a fishing pole in my hand or on my motorcycle, because that's where I do a lot of thinking. That's where I clear my brain a lot. So that's where I'm at. I'm interested in collaborations. I'm open to anything. People have asked me about like doing battles. I'm not going to do that. I know it's lucrative for lots of people, but it's just not me, guys, for two reasons. One, I don't think that would be fair to the audience we've created here. Two, my ADHD would probably not allow me to do it because there's just too much going on. Talked about the podcast. I'm going to start putting content on Substack that's going to be behind some paywalls. I've been told that I'm too generous with my stuff at times, and I think that's probably true. Only because I think it's important, and would rather make sure that people get the information. They haven't forced somebody to purchase it, but anyway, that's the situation. So I'll continue to remind folks, but it was a rough weekend. I'm feeling a lot better today, and I got a good night's sleep last night. Here's another funny story because it's been stressful, but I lost my key fob to my car. And the strangest thing about it is that my car is in my driveway, which means I needed my key fob to get here. Although I did some research, you can start your car with the key fob, but as long as it's in proximity, you can drive it without the key fob being in proximity. So I can't find it anywhere. I have literally my house has never been this clean. I've gutted everything. I have no idea where it is. I cannot find it. And of course, it's like $500 to replace it. So if anybody knows how you get a replacement key fob without going through the dealership, please let me know. I checked the freezer. I checked the fridge. I checked everywhere. I have no idea. Checked my pants and laundry. I've done all those things. It's a Subaru. Of course it's a Subaru. I live in Vermont. I've checked everywhere. I've checked in rooms that I haven't even been in. I went into the basement, even though I wasn't in the basement. So if anybody has any ideas on how you get a replacement key fob without having to go through the dealership and get it reprogrammed, please let me know. So anyway, it's been a crazy week and a half. Bad luck happens in threes. I think I've gotten all three out of the way now. So hopefully we can get a little good luck going forward. But again, thank you guys for that. I really, really appreciate you all. We do this show for you all. Yes, it's really rewarding and gratifying for me, but we do it for you guys. So thank you for letting me say that. I appreciate you all. Thank you, friends. You're awesome. All right. Did I check the car? I did check the car. Yes, I certainly did. That's the first place I looked. Hi, Ren. How are you?
Hey, Steve. How you been?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good. Oh, I'm all right. Hey, recommendation on the key thing. So you can get a fob from Advance or from AutoZone. No, I'm sorry, Amazon. Sorry, I'm in the car industry. And sorry, is my headphone messing up?
Right. Well, it's just hard to hear you. So I can get it from Amazon, but don't they have to reprogram it though?
Oh yeah. So you can get a mobile. Key service to do the programming.
Programming as is without.
You have to do a little bit of research.
Okay, I found one.
Yep. You have to do a little bit of research on who exactly can do it, but yes, you can get a mobile key service to do it.
Somebody gave me the name of one locally, and I called them, and then they said they would get back to me, and I haven't heard back. That's Vermont for you. So I can order a key fob from Amazon, and then I can just find somebody to reprogram it, is what you're saying.
That is correct.
Okay. I might reach out to you if I get stuck.
Well, hey, we follow each other, so reach out anytime.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Ren. Thanks for jumping in today. Thanks a lot. Have a good day. Be safe out there.
Have a wonderful day.
You too. Thank you. Yeah. So that's a good tip. I thought that was the case. A locksmith maybe, but I called the dealership. They're like, oh yeah, so you need to bring the car in. I'm like, I checked the garbage too. I'm like, I can't bring the car in because I don't have the fob. They're like, okay, well, you have to get the car here. I'm like, okay, so how? So I checked my AAA. Well, here's the funny thing. My debit card stopped working. So that happened last week. So I had to order another one, and I had to go to the bank to take out cash because my debit card wouldn't work. So I couldn't go to the bank because I didn't have my key. So I was like down to like $3 in my pocket. So anyway, all that kind of stuff happened, and then I found out about the job thing. So hopefully that's all in the rearview mirror. Anyway, it wasn't on top of my car. I literally have checked everywhere. It's just one of those weird things. But I called the dealership, and they're like, "Yeah, you got to get the car here." So my AAA membership automatic renewed, and it expired because my card. So I had to call and kind of beg and plead them to let me extend it. I can get the tow. They told me it's going to be $375 minimum because they have to take the dashboard off to reprogram another one. And then the cost of the key fob was like $75. So all told, it's going to cost me like $5 to get this done. I'm thinking that fucking sucks. So my daughter goes to school in 7.5 weeks. So I'll have her car. If worse comes to worse, I've got my motorcycle between now and then. Just more excuses to ride motorcycles. It's going to be difficult to go to the grocery store on the back of my bike. Anyway, small details. I'm just sharing what's gone on in the past couple of weeks. But appreciate you guys being here, and thanks for joining us. The fear of communism, right? And where does it come from? So we go back, I think about, let me just play the sound again, because this is...
I'm sorry, but if your horror movie is describing basic economic dignity, you're gonna need some better villains.
Exactly. Here it is again.
What is their platform? What is it that they believe? Well, it's things that we've all heard. Medicare for all, college for all, housing for all, and doing all of that with a 32-hour work week. You'll pay for it by, of course, taxing the rich. And why don't we throw in the Green New Deal and free Palestine along the way?
Yeah, again, we're not... why would anybody be afraid of those things? This is what I'm talking about. Somebody mentioned the promotion is a $5 or more donation to Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, and support the Do Something tour. Anybody who donates in increments of 5 will automatically be entered into a raffle. So a $5 donation is 1 entry, 10 is 2, 20 is 4, so on and so forth. If you do that, and then by the end of the week, we'll compile all those entries, and then we'll put them into our wheel spinny thing. That's the technical term for it. And then on Monday morning, we'll announce the winner. We've done this 2 times. We've had 2 winners so far. And Vicky, by the way, I sent you a note this morning. There was a shipping delay due to weather for your item, but it's supposed to be here either by the end of this week or early next week. Hopefully you saw my note. And the winner will get to pick an item from the merch store. Consider on yours truly. So there's that. Okay. Cool. Thank you. Got you. Good morning, my dude.
What up?
What up?
Funny enough, TikTok Shop has key fobs for all different kinds of cars.
Okay. I'll go there next.
So you can look there, and I think that would be a good way to also kind of, since your mention of doing this full time, maybe think about offering products to your audience here and see if they'd be interested in things that make sense and would help them, in everyday life, whether
Maybe.
it be
Yeah.
anything. That's it. I just wanted to push you on that. That's all.
I appreciate you, dude. By the way, I did reach out to that person that you sent me that information from. I just haven't heard back yet. But thank you, man.
No, I heard. All right, man.
I appreciate
Later
you.
on.
Have a good day. Be safe out there. Good morning, everybody. So thank you for being here. So let me just check in over here real quick. I want to make sure I'm doing a better job of reading donations. I try to get to them all, but I do it kind of randomly. I sort of jump around and don't always. I'm not always consistent with this. I'm gonna do a better job at that. If you want to send something in and I'll read it to you, that's fine. Or I'll read it for you. If you want to try to embarrass me, that's not that difficult. Feel free. Thank you, Richard, thanks for keeping us informed on a daily basis. Thank you for $10 towards the cause. I appreciate you. Jessica, thank you very much for your $1. The dollar train has started. I appreciate you very, very much. That's very kind. Also, over on the V, which is one of the V, I've been watching The Boys. You guys watch The Boys? It's a wild show, man. It's fucking weird shit. Thank you to, let's see, Jolie. Thank you so very much, Jolie. That's very kind of you. A gift. Thank you, Jolie. Also, thank you to Leah. Leah says, full-time facts. I appreciate that. Thank you. Also, Amy, appreciate you very much. Do something. Love you and the team. Appreciate you very, very much. Guys are awesome. All right. I want to jump back into the whole situation with the Red Scare and McCarthyism. Before we do that, I guess we should probably do some updates. I want to talk about the World Cup thing in a minute because I think that's strange. And by the way, if we were to stream, so mods, here's a question in real time. We need a Fox One subscription, which I don't have. I don't know if anybody in our community has one. Maybe we can stream the World Cup game tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern time. It's the U.S. versus Belgium. And that story is strange. I guess I might as well get into it right now. So in case it's the last game between the U.S. and Bosnia-Herzegovina, Florian Balogun, who's the striker, probably the number one goal scorer on the U.S. side, who, by the way, has birthright citizenship here, just as an FYI, because I'll get into that story in just a second. He got a red card, which was weird. Like, I don't know enough about the rules of a red card. It looked pretty bad, but you could also, if you watch it in slow motion, he didn't really have a spot to put his foot down. So the question was whether or not the red card was warranted. Well, he got a red card, and in FIFA rules, a red card means you're suspended for the next game, and then depending on the severity of it, it could be for future games beyond just one. The president called FIFA. Our president called FIFA, and then they suspended the red card, which means he's eligible to play tonight. So the White House is sort of denying that there was anything particular, but FIFA, after getting a phone call from the president, unexpectedly suspended the one-match ban, making Balogun eligible to play against Belgium in the round of 16. FIFA reportedly relied on Article 27 of its disciplinary code, which allows the implementation of a sanction to be suspended under certain circumstances rather than overturning the red card itself. So it's still in play. He just gets to play this game, which is kind of weird. First of all, here's the story of his citizenship. Florian Balogun is unusual because his American citizenship resulted from an unexpected travel complication. He was born on July 3rd, 2001 in Brooklyn. His parents are Nigerian and were living in England at the time. While his mother was visiting the United States, she intended to return to England before giving birth. However, the airline refused to let her board because she was too far along in her pregnancy. As a result, Balogun was born in New York. Under the birthright citizenship provision of the 14th Amendment, nearly everyone born on U.S. soil automatically becomes a U.S. citizen, regardless of their parents' citizenship status. Balogun, therefore, acquired U.S. citizenship at birth. So, I don't know if the president knows this, but the top player on the U.S. side, Kristen Pulisic, you could argue, one of the top players, one of the leading goal scorers in the entire tournament, is on the U.S. team because he got U.S. citizenship because he was born here. I mean, what? So exactly what is that? Apparently, we do need immigrants. So although he was born in New York, he moved to London with his family when he was about a month old. He grew up in England. He developed as a player in Arsenal's FC Academy. He represented England at multiple youth levels and was also eligible to play for Nigeria because of his parents. In 2023, after meeting with U.S. soccer officials and receiving FIFA approval for a one-time change of association, Balogun chose to represent the U.S. at the senior international level instead of England or Nigeria. He has said it was one of the hardest decisions of his career and felt the U.S. program offered him the best opportunity. Balogun's citizenship has become part of the public discussion during the 2026 World Cup because he's been one of the U.S. team's standout players. His birth in the United States occurred because of an unexpected airline decision, making him an example of someone who acquired U.S. citizenship through birth on American soil. His story has been cited in broader debates over birthright citizenship, especially following recent legal and political disputes about the scope of the 14th Amendment. His path is a reminder that eligibility for international soccer can depend on a combination of birthplace, parentage, and residency, and that a chance event before birth ultimately gave him the option to represent the United States on the world's biggest stage. So for anybody complaining, for right-wing people who are unhappy with the Supreme Court's decision last week on birthright citizenship, I bet many of you have a Balogun jersey that you wear when watching the game. I bet many of you do. You understand that you are a walking, talking, hypocritical contradiction. The president trying to overturn birthright citizenship calls FIFA so a birthright citizen, someone who was born on soil, whose parents were not U.S. citizens, which is the entire debate, that guy gets to play tonight because the president stepped in. Are you going to wear your jersey when you watch the game? I'm not turning soccer political. This is what happened. I'm not turning it political. This is what happened. We only report on the news. So it's kind of wild that happened, but anywho. Awoke and joking. How are you today?
What's going on, my friend? How you doing today?
I'm fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
Quick thing. When you were talking about Mike Johnson this morning, right?
Yeah.
And it's funny how Mike Johnson could remember everything a Democrat says, so he could repeat it verbatim. But then when the reporters would ask him, "Oh, did you read anything about what Trump said or Trump did?" Oh, I never recall. I don't know anything.
That's right.
I didn't see it.
That's right.
He does it every time.
It's true.
He does it every time. And it boggles my mind. If you could, and then he says, "Hey, go on the internet," but you never go on the internet for what Trump said, all the derogatory things he said.
Of course not.
And it kills me. I'm like, why do they do this all the time? Why? They cower down to this man. He's a lame duck president right now, and they cower down to this man. And you know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, everything, all this MAGA stuff is going to end because there's nobody who can pull MAGA off like Trump.
It's true.
There's nobody else.
That's true.
And stuff like that. And another thing. So I've been watching a lot of videos, and people's like, "Oh, I can't wait for the Democrats to get into office, and people is going to start getting arrested and going to jail." Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's going to jail. Nobody's getting arrested. And I'm going to tell you why. This is why I believe. It's because Trump is going to pardon every last part of his administration. All of them signed NDAs. Nobody's going to say nothing. You're just going to have to wait another 10 years till these books come out, and then the secrets come out. That's what's going to happen. America has never held any leader accountable. This is why we are in the situation we are now.
Yeah, I'm not willing to go to that extreme just yet to say that no one's going to jail. I think the people that are in power, those that are in our government system, are probably going to escape accountability. But there are going to be some people that are going to be going to jail. There's no doubt about that.
It's gonna be bottom feeders that Trump didn't pardon, but people like Beckham, Burgum, and Vance, or even Trump himself, his kids is not going to jail. Nobody, no big wig is going to jail.
We'll see.
No big wig is going to jail.
We will see.
Because you know what I'm saying, and because like I said, he's gonna blanket pardon a lot of them, every last one of them.
He might. There's some that he doesn't like. There are some for sure that he does not like. So we'll see about that.
That's why I said those are the bottom feeders. Those are the ones who's going to try to snitch or whatever at the end or whatever because they didn't pay the $1 million or $2 million to get pardoned. But everybody else, man, they ain't going to jail. It's going to be a waste of time. What needs to happen is once the Democrats get into power, and if they get a majority, laws needs to be changed.
Agreed.
A monuments clause is like,
agreed.
Stock portfolio. All that stuff needs to be changed immediately, so this does not happen again.
Well,
Trump was a once in a. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I still think that we need to go through the process of impeachment and hearings. We absolutely have to. We absolutely have to do that because the world's watching, and we have to demand accountability. Whether we get it through the court system is one thing, but there has to be impeachment hearings. There has to be testimony. There has to be charges brought. There has to be indictments. That has to happen. Mm-hmm. It has to happen.
It has to, but is it gonna?
I believe it will. That's my hope. I believe it will because it again it has to. We can't fix the system unless we hold the people accountable that created this mess to begin with, and that's the people that are violating the law every single day. I mean, we've got 198 days. 198 days of the Epstein files not being released. Right, 198 days. That's a federal crime. It's not like it's just like, oh, I didn't get to it. The dog ate my homework. It's a federal crime. So, but thanks for jumping in today, bro.
We'll see.
I appreciate you jumping in today. Thanks for being here. Have a good day. Okay, be safe out there.
No problem. You too. Enjoy.
Thanks. I mean, I get it. I mean, I get the frustration. Sure, I can feel that. No doubt about it. But it doesn't change the fact that we still have to fix it. Right? We still have to hold people accountable. So anyway, that story of Flo Balogun, I think is really interesting. All right, so I want to talk about this image because I saw this picture. We've all seen it. And then there's other pictures of these masked cowards, standing on, sitting on the train, surrounding, in this case, a young black woman. There's another photo of a young black man. So this is Patriot Front, and you've seen them. They walk in formation. They're one of the most they say one of the most organized Christian nationalist militant groups there is, just because they walk in formation. All these little cowards who got kicked out of every single club. They are a U.S.-based white nationalist and neo-fascist organization that emerged in 2017 after the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. It was founded by Thomas Rousseau. If you want to read about somebody, read about Thomas Rousseau. It's Rousseau, who had previously been involved with another white nationalist group. That's his entire history. He's got there's a friendship between himself and Stephen Miller, by the way, that goes back years. The group promotes an ideology that combines white nationalism, ethno-nationalism, and authoritarianism. Its members often claim they are defending what they describe as America's European heritage. But civil rights organizations and many researchers classify Patriot Front as a hate group because of its racist and anti-Semitic beliefs and its advocacy for a whites-only nation. I'm going to pause there briefly because keep in mind, this administration is attempting to indict the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center. The SPLC is one of the groups that investigates these hate groups. And so think of it this way. This administration knows they have a problem on their hand with white nationalists and these militant groups and political violence. They know that they have this problem. And their only way around it, they're not addressing the seriousness of it because they know it's a bad look. So instead, what they want to do is go after the organizations that are investigating them, claiming that leadership in the SPLC is funneling money to leaders of these groups. Now, if I were trying to defend these militant groups supporting me, I would probably do the same thing. So that's where this entire story comes from. They're trying to indict the SPLC because saying that they're funding the Triple K, they're funding Proud Boys, they're funding the Oath Keepers, they're funding Patriot Front, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, the group promotes an ideology that combines white nationalism, ethno-nationalism, and authoritarianism. Its members often claim they are defending what they describe as America's European heritage, but civil rights organizations and many researchers classify Patriot Front as a hate group because of its racist and anti-Semitic beliefs and its advocacy for a whites-only nation. Patriot Front is known for organizing marches in matching uniforms. Aren't they cute? Cosplaying as tough guys. Often wearing face coverings because they're fucking cowards and carrying shields and flags. Disturbing propaganda such as flyers, banners, and stickers in cities across the U.S., avoiding public identification of its members by using masks and coordinated appearances, focusing on demonstrations and propaganda rather than participating in electoral politics. So, Patriot Fronters, you pathetic fucking cowards, you're happy to put a mask on your face to hide your identity from being the cuck that you are, but you wouldn't wear one during a global pandemic, now would you? Of course not. Course not. The group has been monitored by law enforcement and studied by organizations that track extremist movements due to concerns about political violence and intimidation, although not every public event involving the group has resulted in criminal charges. They're generally regarded by researchers as one of the most disciplined and image-conscious white nationalist organizations operating in the U.S. Unlike many older extremist groups, it places heavy emphasis on branding, coordinated public appearances, and recruiting through propaganda rather than large public rallies. The group's core ideology combines several themes, but these are primarily white nationalism, which argues that the United States should be a nation defined by European ancestry. It rejects the idea that the U.S. is a fundamentally multicultural country, and it views demographic changes as a threat to what it considers America's true identity. How many times have we discussed this, you guys, about they look at census data? And don't quote me on the year, but by like 2035 or 2040, it might even be later than that, say 2040, whatever the number is, that whites will no longer be the majority in our country. So that's where a lot of the sentiment, this great replacement theory, these European ancestry, the minimizing of the white culture, they're afraid because they know that within 15 years or so, we will no longer be in the majority. So the reaction to it is to create all of this horrible chaos. Their reaction to it is to try to overturn birthright citizenship. Their reaction to it is to try to suppress the vote through the SAVE Act. trying to hold on to white power as long as they possibly can, because the maths tell them that they're in trouble. And you could watch that. If you watch that American Experiment, it's a 5-part documentary on Netflix. Pretty good, actually. They talk about this a lot. They talk about how, the slave owners in the South were afraid that if they didn't continue to keep slavery legal, that they would lose their power. So they wanted the 3/5 clause, and so that they could add delegates based on their population, but not give those 3/5 the vote. Similar with women. So there's a history. This, again, is system. It's called the American Experiment. It's pretty good. You like it. It's 5-parter. It's 7 years prior to the Declaration of Independence, then leading up to the Constitution being signed. So, as we've said numerous times, a system built by people who look like me, the colonists, the colonizers, the slave owners, to benefit people who look like me, all through the system built to make sure that their system of hierarchy was protected, and then to protect people who look like me, unable to hold each other accountable in a system that protects its own. So white nationalism, ethno-nationalism, which members advocate for a society in which citizenship and national identity are tied primarily to ethnicity rather than shared civic values. This differs from the mainstream America idea that people of any race or ethnicity can become Americans through citizenship and participation. Florian Balogun. Authoritarian government. This is another one of their guiding principles. Patriot Front favors a strong, centralized government that emphasizes national unity over individual pluralism. And then it often criticizes liberal democracies as weak or corrupt. Ironically enough, these Patriot Fronters use, American flag symbolism. And the Founding Fathers were a bunch of liberals because they believed in the progression of rights. They believed we shouldn't have a monarch. They believe that there should be a system of checks and balances. They believe that the judiciary should have responsibility to enhance or enforce the Constitution. Again, they believe in the progression of rights. They're a bunch of liberals. Probably, I guess you Patriot Fronters, you probably didn't know that. Or you conservatives, you probably didn't know that. Our country was founded by a bunch of liberals. They really were. Think about what they wanted. They wanted freedom from religion, right? They didn't want the government to have to step in through search and seizure. They wanted citizens' rights to be protected. They believe in self-defense. Wow, it's pretty wild, right? Crazy. Isn't that interesting? Founding fathers, I know, I understand they had slaves. I completely get that. It's not lost on me. I understand that. There's no doubt about it. Two things can be true. No doubt about it. And if you watch the documentary, you can really see how a lot of deals had to be made because Southern slave owners were not going to sign. We're not going to agree to the Constitution. The United States would not be the United States. Slavery was the reason that we have the Constitution. That's my takeaway. Because without the 3/5 compromise, there never would have been agreement, which is wild to me to think about. But again, Founding Fathers were liberals. So again, authoritarian government, Patriot Front favors a strong, centralized government that emphasizes national unity over individual pluralism. It often criticizes liberal democracies as weak or corrupt. Anti-immigration. The organization calls for dramatically restricting immigration. It frequently portrays immigration as an effort to replace America's historic population, a claim often associated with the Great Replacement theory, conspiracy theory, which has been widely rejected by historians and demographers. And then a selective view of American history. This one's pretty scary. Patriot Front wraps its messaging in American symbols such as flags, colonial imagery, and references to the nation's founders. However, historians note that its vision departs from the constitutional principle that American citizenship is not based on race. So this is their tactical sort of diagram. So Patriot Front, their primary focus would be white nationalism and propaganda. And they do that through organized marches, banners, and flyers. The Proud Boys are more street activism and political confrontation. They go to rallies, protests, and they clash with opponents. The Oath Keepers, anti-government and militia activity, firearms training, organized militias. 3%ers, armed resistance to perceived government overreach, militia organizing and demonstrations. And then the KKK, white supremacy with a religious component, historically, intimidation, and terrorism. What do the Patriot Front, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, and the KKK all have in common? Anybody want to know? Take a guess. Every single one of them had representation on J6. Every one. Every single one of those groups had representation on J6. Every one of them. Their entire premise is organized marches, banners and flyers, rallies, protests, clash with opponents, firearms training, organized militias, militia organizing and demonstrations, historically intimidation and terrorism. That's right wing. You don't get a lot of progressive DSA voters from those groups. So when we say the overwhelming majority of right wing, of politically oriented violence comes from the right, this is what we mean. So a notable distinction between some of the other groups in the Patriot Front, less personality driven, they say. Patriot Front emphasizes the organization over individual leaders, which is why they like the uniforms, so they can all cosplay together. Same marching tactics, you know, sort of uncoordinated white dudes trying to march in sequence. It's fucking hilarious. Highly choreographed appearances. Demonstrations are carefully planned to present an image of discipline. Heavy use of visual propaganda, banner drops, stickers, posters, and coordinated photography are central to recruitment, and then avoidance of spontaneous confrontations. Compared with groups such as the Proud Boys, Patriot Front generally seeks to control the setting and duration of its demonstration. So their attempt to intimidate is just by a show of unity. Like there's this uniformed sort of brigade of hate and weakness and mediocrity at best on their best day, marching down the street, shoulder to shoulder, white hood to white hood, white mask to white mask, and they use that as an intimidation tactic. Whereas the Patriot Front or the Proud Boys or the Oath Keepers or the Three Percenters or the KKK will literally get in people's faces. Again, optics. So these are the people that are going to Trump rallies. These are the people that were at J6. These are the people, every one of these groups had people that were arrested or had ties to one of these groups that, by the way, were pardoned. Why members wear masks, okay? There are several practical reasons. Avoiding identification, obviously. Members often wish to avoid being identified by employers, schools, neighbors, or family members. I wonder why. If you are so proud of what you're doing, if you're a Proud Boy, or if you're a Patriot Fronter, Tom, if you're in the chat, I saw you do a really good video on this. Tom DiDario, my brother from New York, did a really good video on this, talking about it, about how fucking pathetic they are, right? So members often wish to avoid being identified by employers, schools, neighbors, or family members. If you are so proud in your stance, if you are so proud of what you stand for, if you are so proud of what you're doing, then why are you not showing your faces? It's wild, right? Also, they wear masks to reduce legal and social consequences. Public identification can lead to job loss, expulsion from schools, or social ostracism. Weird. You don't want to show your face because you don't want to be embarrassed. You don't want your school to find out. You don't want your neighbors to find out. You don't want family members to find out because you might lose your job or get expelled or be ostracized socially. Okay. They want to create anonymity. One of my favorite words, anonymity. Uniform masks reduce the importance of individuals and emphasize the group as a collective. So the little cosplay, it's like a dance routine. It's like a choreographed polka of hate. Intimidation. A line of anonymous people dressed alike can project strength and make the group appear larger or more unified than what it actually is. Why they march in formation. The formations serve as several purposes. Remember, this is one of the few, I should say, this is one of the more prominent hate groups, but they're unique because they do these things. They wear the same uniforms, they walk the same way, they mask up, they're all white masks, the same, it's a drill, it's choreographed. Unlike some of the other ones, these guys, although most of them wear masks now, I'm sure there's a lot of members of Patriot Front that are probably ICE agents as well. Would not fucking surprise me. All right. The formations serve several purposes. Military-style discipline, marching in step suggests organization and commitment, just like the jackbooted thugs from the 1930s. Shocker. Media impact. Uniform formations produce striking photographs and videos that spread easily online. Case in point. Recruitment. The appearance of order and purpose can appeal to people seeking identity or belonging. I'm going to go back to that one in just a second. Security. Close formations make it easier for members to stay together and leave demonstrations quickly. And then the psychological effect. Coordinated movement can make a relatively small group seem more numerous and powerful. Researchers who study extremist movements note that this use of uniforms, symbols, coordinated marches, and ritualized public displays echoes techniques employed by several 20th century fascist movements. While the historical contexts differ, the communication strategy, projecting unity, discipline, and strength through visual spectacle is a well-documented feature of authoritarian political movements. Overall, Patriot Front is considered distinct because it prioritizes image, branding, and disciplined public demonstrations over more traditional political organizing or electoral participation, using highly coordinated visual displays to spread a white nationalist ideology and attract recruitment. The appearance of order and purpose can appeal to people seeking identity or belonging. They appeal to, reset gift goal, got it. They appeal to, thank you, Jen. They appeal to young men. That's who they are appealing to. That's exactly who their target is. That's who they're appealing to. That's why it's so dangerous. This tracks with the manosphere. What am I going to do here? Hold on. I'm going to do this. Hold on one second. Let me just do this because I'll lose my brain if I don't. Do that. Do this. Hold on. Where's the over? I like this one. It's the overreact because I never overreact to anything. And I underreact to things. Let me do this one too. Do the finger heart. Got that done. Cool. And then I need to do one more. Let's just do this one. All right. Done. Thank you. So it's a similar message that the red pill community and the manosphere is. It's a similar message. It's about do these things and you will be, not only will you be accepted in society, but you'll be considered the cream of the crop, the creme de la creme, the alphas. Because I'm sure if you did a biological study or a physiological study or psychological study on these people, they track. They could be loners. They could be considered social outcasts. They may not have a lot of friends. They're likely not the most popular people in school. You know, they're probably not some of the best students. They've been pushed aside in their minds by society. They believe they blame male loneliness again on women because that's their target audience. Do you think these young men, primarily young men, 18 to 25, 18 to 30, that's the target. Do you think these young men are appealing to women? Do you think they would be, or appealing to men? Do you think they would be if their faces were shown? Do you think they could walk into work on a Monday morning with their face shown from their picture? They could be virgins by choice. They're definitely incels, no doubt about it. So when we say, folks, parenting is really hard now, so your high schoolers, especially the young men in your lives, fine line. Okay, this is my own parental advice. Take it or leave it. You cannot be your kid's friend. You can have things in common. You can share interests. And as they get older, sure, it becomes more of a friendship. But you can't be their friend when they're under your roof. You can't be. You've got to be their parent. You got to be their parent. You've got to be able to say, listen, man, because the reason that there's a difference there is because friends would perhaps just maybe give you a pass on some bad behavior. Parents have to step in and course correct as quickly as possible. If you have to know what your kids are doing, you got to know, because if they're being red pilled and they're being manosphered, they're being drawn into this same culture, right? This same group of people, this same sort of attitude, then what's next? Joining a group like the Patriot Front? Do you prescribe to that level of hatred? We know what they're out there to do. We know what they say. They're at their core tenets. They want a white society. Is that how you believe? Is that what you believe? Is that really what you believe? I hope not. And then that gets us to the overall rise of domestic terrorism, right? This was a study that was done by the National Institute of Justice that the DOJ had on their website for a very, very long time. They pulled it down, right? Because under a lot of controversy, because again, this speaks to the political violence in our system. And the reason I think this is important is because it's going to continue. So now it's going to be DSA candidates. Now it's going to be rhetoric connected to communism, right? And we're going to get into whole McCarthyism and the Red Scare. I'm going to just kind of give you guys a little bit of history, because a lot of people that are younger than me, right, which is pretty much everybody, except for Obi and Rusty. Sorry, guys, I love you, but you know the deal. People, boomers in particular, you grew up. Think about the necessary conversation podcasts. It's all Dad talks about. He just talks about communists because he's older. And you're taught as a kid to be afraid of it. Ronald Reagan told you. You know, even though no one's ever given anybody a reason as to why, but the president just told you it's the opposite of our nation. Okay. Well, our nation's in the shitter, so maybe we should try something else. Anywho, the report discussed domestic radicalization, violent extremism, and terrorism. The report concludes that domestic terrorism has become one of the most significant public safety threats in the United States and emphasizes that policy responses should be guided by empirical evidence rather than ideology. This is a summary from the NIJ report. It found that far-right extremists have committed the majority of lethal domestic extremist attacks. One of the report's most widely cited conclusions is, since 1990, this goes through 2023, since 1990, far-right extremists have committed 227 ideologically motivated homicide events, unaliving more than 520 people. Far-left extremists have committed 42 attacks, unaliving 78 people. During the period examined, far-right violence caused substantially more fatalities than either far-left or radical Islamist domestic violence combined. So it's groups like this. It's groups like the Patriot Front, like the Proud Boys, like the Oath Keepers, like the Three Percenters, like the Triple K, and solo actors who identify, right? So we know that it's been exposed. We know that these groups are not being funded by the Southern Poverty Law Center. I want people to think about this. Again, you guys know me in media literacy, okay? And how this cognitive dissonance trap. I want people to think about this for a second. Why do you think the Department of Justice under the Trump administration, why do you think they are going so hard at trying to convince their base that the SPLC is funding these hate groups? Why do you think that's the case? I think it's the case because they know how bad it is. They know that the overwhelming majority of political violence comes from the right, centered around a lot of these hate groups. So they have to they've got to figure out a way to say, okay, well, we can't just allow that story to spin, even though the evidence is overwhelming. What are the numbers again? Since 1990, 227 identified ideologically motivated homicide events, unaliving more than 520 people, compared to the far left, which would be 42 attacks, unaliving 78. So the far right is more than the far left and Islamic domestic violence combined. Okay? That's why they are trying to tell you that it's the SPLC's responsibility. That's the principal reason. That's they have no choice. So that's where messaging becomes dangerous, because people on the right are going to hear the story told on Fox News. They're going to see Zohran Mamdani as a democratic socialist. The president calls him a communist. They're going to see DSA candidates, communist candidates running all across the country, going to say that communists promote violence. Communists are going to close your churches. Communists are going to unalive your families in the streets. They are trying to create the narrative that their base will likely believe that the violence is coming from the left. And yes, there are examples of political violence from the left, but it's not even close. We know the data. It's not even worth debating because we know the data. White supremacist violence has become a particular serious concern. Again, this is from the National Institute of Justice. This is the summary. The NIJ did a study on politically oriented and politically themed, politically motivated violence. So political violence, we'll say. So white supremacist violence has become a particularly serious concern. The report states that white supremacist attacks have increased over the last decade. 10 years. Okay, that brings us back to 2016. Anti-government militias and accelerationist groups have also expanded, and then online communities have made recruitment, networking, and radicalization easier. Researchers caution that individuals often move among ideological communities, making rigid categorization difficult. It's not to say that there aren't white supremacists on the left, because there certainly are. It's not to say that there isn't racism on the left, because there certainly is. But these hate groups are centered around anti-immigration, white supremacy, great replacement theory, preserving white culture, preserving European culture, right? That's what these groups are centered around. Find me a Proud Boy that's going to vote for a liberal. Find me a Patriot Fronter who's going to vote for Kamala Harris. Find me a 3%er who's going to vote for Pete Buttigieg. You won't. Okay? You won't. Radicalization is usually gradual, not sudden. The report emphasizes that most extremists are not born terrorists. Radicalization often develops over months or years. Contributing factors can include perceived grievances, who you're told to hate, identity crisis, male loneliness, social isolation, like we talked about, the social outcast, not a lot of friends, sits by themselves, exposure to extremist communities, subreddits, the dark web, even the gaming community, and then reinforcement through online content, confirmation bias. You seek it out. The report argues there is no single psychological profile that predicts terrorism. Without spoiling it, I'm in the current season of The Boys, and Starlight goes back to visit her dad, and her dad has a new family, and she has a stepbrother or a half-brother, and he's been exposed to right-wing rhetoric. And he talks about how she's the threat, she's the danger. So that show is fucking brilliant. It is absolutely brilliant. The writing is spot on, the way in which they do it. Sometimes it gets a little gratuitous, which is wild for me. I'm not a big fan of of gratuitous bullshit, but it's really, really, it's really, really spot on. Anyway, again, perceived grievances, identity crisis, social isolation, exposure to extremist communities, and then reinforcement through online content. That is the right's messaging. They got to find somebody else. We can perceive grievance. Okay. We need to tell them that they need to be afraid of women. Did I say women? I think I said women, right? Yeah, women, in particular, black women, the queer community, the elites, colleges, universities, science, academia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Identity crisis. You need to belong to something. Come and join us. We'll protect you. Think about human. I might have talked about this before. We are tribal creatures, right? We want to be part of something. We are social creatures. Sure, people like to be alone. People like to be, choose to be alone. As an only child, I've gotten used to that. But people, by and large, we want to be part of something. So I read this great book. It's called Tribe. It's about, it's centered around the Blitzkrieg of London during World War II. And London was really divided at that time. A lot of factions, none of them got along. They hated each other. They were all forced underground because of the Blitzkrieg. So what did they have to do? They had to form a new tribe while they were there based on survival. So they worked together during that time. They worked together to make sure people had food, some water, Medicare or medicine, treatments of wounds. And as soon as the Blitzkrieg was done, they left that tribe and then went back into their own little camps. Whether you want to call it, the five boroughs of Brooklyn or of New York, whatever that movie was with Daniel Day-Lewis. What's it called? Chat will know. You guys will know. Leo DiCaprio and Daniel Day-Lewis. You guys know what I'm talking about. That kind of stuff. Gangs of New York. Thank you. So that's an example, right? So we look for tribes. So they appeal to that. And they go to these communities that they know a lot of these people are drawn to, which again goes back to Palantir and to the deep state who's accessing our data, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It's one big freaking problem. Hang on one second. I just gotta deal with this text. Hang on. Hang on one second, guys. So it's dangerous, to say the least. There's more. Mental illness alone does not explain terrorism. One important conclusion from this report is that serious mental illness is not a primary driver of violent extremism. Trauma, stress, and mental health problems may increase vulnerability for some individuals, but are neither necessary nor sufficient causes. So again, that's what the right likes to use as an argument, that the entire thing is a mental health issue. Now, we have massive mental health concerns in our country, especially for our young people, isolation from C-19, but even before that, we were already watching education outcomes sort of drop off the cliff, especially in red states. We've seen that. We've talked about this all day long. But it's not just about mental health. It's a factor, Well, we can't blame it on that. There's no reason to stigmatize mental health because mental health treatments is health care. So we have to stop stigmatizing that as well. So trauma, stress, and mental health problems may increase vulnerability for some individuals, but are neither necessary nor sufficient causes. The report warns against equating mental illness with violent extremism. I think that's a really good call out. Social media accelerates radicalization, no doubt. Researchers describe online platforms as echo chambers, recruitment tools, propaganda distribution networks, and then places where extremists normalize violence. Algorithms may unintentionally increase exposure to increasingly extreme content. We all know how it works, right? Then you seek these things out, you get your confirmation bias, you fall into your trap, you become Dunning-Kruger on all kinds of things, right? So recruitment tools, depending on where you are. Think about the entire Red Pill, the Manosphere community, people like Sneeko and those guys. They draw people in not for their toxic masculinity. They draw them in by saying, listen, this is what I use to get ripped. This is my healthcare routine. This is my skincare routine. This is how I earned money in real estate. This is how I became an investor. This is how I earned money in the cyberspace, in the crypto space. You get them convinced, and then all of a sudden, you start to peel layers of the onion away. And you find out that they're also womenizers and they're abusers, and they don't treat their families very well, especially the women in their lives. So then they're trapped. So then they're told that the only way I can have this success, or I should say, my financial success correlates with me being abusive to women or being a fucking pig, that kind of shit. Hang on, what Gregory do for me? Love it, Greg. Thank you, bro. All right. Anyway, so that's the trap, right? That's the trap that they fall into. So that perpetuates when you're out recruiting people for not just the toxic masculinity red pill environment of those fucking online creators and those influencers, but now it's the recruitment game for these hate groups, these white nationalist groups, especially the Patriot Front, because they really appeal to young people. You get a lot of the people that are in the 3%ers, that are in the Proud Boys, that are in the Oath Keepers. A lot of them are ex-military, right? Not all of them, but a lot of them are. So or ex-law enforcement, right? So that they're older. They tend to be a little bit older, a little bit more experienced. Patriot Front is just like summer camp for the Schmittler youth. I don't know how else to describe it. That's what it feels like. So again, they use social media to recruit. They become these echo chambers. And then prevention is more effective than punishment alone. The report recommends early intervention, talking to your kids, community engagement. What's happening in your community? Are you seeing the rise of these hate groups more, especially Patriot Front? Are they organizing? Are they requesting permits? What are you going to do about that? Violence prevention programs. Funny that Mike Johnson talked about how the DSA wanted to fund the police. What I find really, really interesting is that in the One Big Beautiful Bill, they literally cut funding for violence prevention programs in DC and other states. So the right can say all they want about the left defunding the police when the right has actually done it in the One Big Beautiful Bill. Not only from a violence prevention programs, but also community policing, mental health experts employed by law enforcement agencies, so that you can address things, because law enforcement officers are supposed to be trained to de-escalate, but they're not in many cases. It becomes part of the problem. They're literally the fuel to the fire. So here we sit now. Why are we not doing more investments in violence prevention programs? Because when we see that happening, guess what? Shocker, we see violence decrease. Prevention, including education. Informing people when you see something. Here's the problem with that right-wing rhetoric. This is what it does. I mean, if I could build curriculum, a lot of it would be to address this. And how do we avoid those pitfalls? To remind people what's at stake. Where are you spending your time? How? Who are the people that are influencing you? Improved information sharing. Our communities and law enforcement agencies sharing information more than what they see. Are they becoming insulated? Do we want to take credit for this as opposed to working with our law enforcement partners? And then targeted law enforcement efforts based on behavior rather than ideology. The authors argue prevention should occur before individuals mobilize to violence. It's like getting out ahead of it now. Buying your car insurance in case something happens in the future. Researchers caution against simplistic labels. The report notes that many extremists combine multiple ideologies. Some attackers are motivated by mixtures of racial hatred, which is Patriot Front, racial, ethnic hatred. Sprinkle a little of anti-government beliefs along with some misogyny, toxic masculinity, conspiracy theories, and personal grievances. And many of them check all those boxes. So how do you push back against someone who's at 19 or 20 years old, who are a male, white male, already told that they are the pinnacle of society? They are the epitome of privilege in our country. They feel invulnerable. They feel invincible, right? Which is why they're a target for recruitment, right? They want them 18-year-old men in particular because they feel invincible. When you are conditioned to hate somebody based on their race, when you are conditioned to believe the government's out to get you, when you are loaded with red pill misogyny, when you prescribe to just about every conspiracy theory in the book, and then you have a series of personal grievances, that is a recipe. That is the concoction. That is the test tube of white Christian nationalism. That's it. That is the match. Therefore, simple left or right classifications do not always capture an offender's motivations. The major themes in the report: use evidence instead of politics. Who are the people that are having these conversations? It doesn't matter what political side they sit on. If you're connected to these hate groups, it doesn't matter your politics. It doesn't matter at all. It's still about your hate. Improve data collection. Agreed. Identify individuals at risk before violence occurs. That becomes challenging when it comes to free speech, when it comes to privacy. Strengthen community resilience, and then study radicalization and identity. What the report does not state, it does not state that all people on the right are extremists. It does not state that all terrorism comes from one ideology, and it does not state that left-wing or Islamic violence does not exist. Radical Islamic violence does not exist. So, reason that I'm telling you this and spending some time talking about this today is because it's going to bring us into the next section of the show today, where we're going to talk about communism and how the right now needs to have something else for people to be mad about. So I'm going to bring up a couple of guests, and then we'll go. Brooklyn, I really don't want to talk to you, bro. You're just a waste of my time, but thanks. All right. They have dropped. Is Grandma still in the guest box? Yeah, Grandma's here. Grandma, are you there? Okay, you can come back up if you want to. All right. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, Brooklyn, we don't want to talk to you. You're just a waste of time. All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
I'm hanging in there. Can I do a commercial break?
Sure. Go for it.
Yeah. Hey, you guys, we have about 1,500 people in this room. Keep tapping. You guys are doing great. Let's get Steve over 300,000. But here's something I really need for you to do. There's a little purple line up under on the do something on the picture. That's Steve's gift goal. If we get that completed, Sadie says hi. And then the other thing you can do is go to the top left where it says facts still matter. Click on that and then go to Steve's gift gallery and complete Steve's gift gallery for the day or the week. We would really, really appreciate that, trying to attract more people to the live. So every day we'll have that up there. And if you could do that, I would really appreciate that. Thanks for being here today.
Well, I appreciate you, friend. Thank you for saying that. You're awesome. Be safe out there, okay?
Okay. All right. Thanks.
All right,
Bye.
bye. Yeah, good advice. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you all very much. I say all this kind of stuff because these are the sort of the, I'm not going to say they're not headlines, but these are not like the headline battles that we're fighting. Thank you, Vicky. Right? These are like, this is the underpinning of our society now. We've got all these hate groups that are formed. We've got all these people that are trying to say the left are the perpetrators of violence. It's not to say that political violence doesn't exist on the left. Not at all. No one is sitting here saying this. But those groups, what's that list again? I'm going to make sure I have everybody on the list. Hold on a second. It's the, where is it? Did I miss it? Yeah. So they track. Oh, thank you. That's cool. Thank you, Vicky. Appreciate you. It's the groups that we know. The Patriot Front, again, their primary focus is white nationalism and propaganda, which is what we saw. Proud Boys, street activism and political confrontation. The Proud Boys were one of the groups that were identified to potentially be standing out just outside of the polling locations where it could be considered electioneering, like literally, like just outside of that. They were going to be used to intimidate people at the polls, and they still will. They still absolutely will. Chad Bianco, one of the candidates for governor, who, if Michelle, who is my other homie in California, if she lets me, because I don't want to challenge her, if she lets me, I want to swing by Chad's district and say hello. I'm told when I head out there to drop my daughter off, I'm told to not go alone, which is fine. I won't go alone. But he is a member of the Proud Boys, I believe, and is not sort of disowned, not disowned his relationship there. And people are like, oh, I think Chad Bianco's a great candidate for governor. Okay. Oath Keepers, they tend to be anti-government and militia type of activity, and they do firearms training, organized militias, again, intended to intimidate. 3%ers are armed resistance or perceived government overreach, militia organizing and demonstrations, and then the Triple K, right? So those are the groups. And they were all at J6. Every single one of those groups had representation there. And some were proud about it. Some brag about it to this day. David Duke endorsed the former prominent figure in the Triple K. Don't forget where the America First statement comes from. That comes from propaganda back in the 1920s and 1930s, connected to their white hooded sense of whatever. And that carries through today. So there's a history of these kinds of things. This is why we have to talk about it. Again, the picture tells the story. All right? It's not lost on me that this is the day in the life of every black person in our country. All right? It's not lost on me. But the irony of these hate groups have all centered around a common theme: immigration and racism. So, yeah. Good morning, friend. How are you today?
Good morning. How are you? How was your weekend?
It was hot. Really, really hot.
Yes.
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm not a big fan. But aside from that, it was fine. How about yours?
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I got a lot of stuff done. So
Good.
absolutely.
Good.
So I had to come up and comment.
Please.
So what you're talking about reminds me of the 1995 film Higher Learning. So for those who are not familiar with John Singleton, he's the one who did Boys in the Hood, and then he did Higher Learning. And Higher Learning was based upon his experience at a PWI back in the 80s. And so for those who don't know the movie, Higher Learning is about three incoming freshmen at a PWI and their vastly different experiences. And that movie actually reflects what we're going through today. Nothing has changed. So Omar Epps is the young black male who goes to college on an athletic scholarship. Michael Rappaport is the young white male who is an outcast. He's kind of, weird and an interesting person.
Good
and
casting.
then Christy
Good casting for
Swanson.
Rappaport.
Exactly. And then Christy Swanson is the young, doe-eyed, blonde white girl trying to find her way. And so for Omar Epps, as the athlete, he has to struggle with accountability with his professors and being an athlete and a student and all the other stuff and the finances of going to school. Michael Rappaport is the character where he really is struggling because his roommate doesn't like him, the black kids don't like him, even other white guys don't like him. So he'll say like off the wall weird things and everyone rejects him. And then Christy Swanson, thinking that her female privilege and her being soft and dainty is going to get her in the doors, and when she's held accountable, she don't know what to do. So yes, so with Michael Rappaport, with his character, which is in line with what you're saying, he is bullied by everybody, not just the black kids, but the white kids, his roommate, like nobody likes him. And so he finally, he actually gets attacked in there because he says something inappropriate, because Christy Swanson's character gets essayed by this guy. And he didn't think it was an essay. So he asked the guy, well, did you get it? Did you get her? Which the guy was like, what are you talking about? And he cusses him out. So he goes outside to sit. And with cinematography, one of the things that we do in filmmaking is that when you want to make someone look intimidating, we've always seen the kids' movies, when you lower your camera, you shoot up at the person to make them look larger than life. And when you want to diminish somebody, you raise the camera and you make them look smaller. So he's sitting on the curb, and all of a sudden we see the shadow come up, and it's a dude who calls him brother. And he is a skinhead. Now, I don't know if that particular sector of people have transitioned into other things, but he was indoctrinated and recruited. And then I'm not going to tell the end of the movie. I think people should go and watch it. It's called Higher Learning, to actually just watch those three people go through their freshman year of college and how it still represents what we're going through today with white women and body autonomy. Pressures from their white female counterparts being essayed, Black people trying to figure out their space in a white society, earning their keep and trying to find our own identity, and then white male outcasts and how they are indoctrinated and switched up. You know, the groundwork was already there. It's just that the racist person just came in and plucked him off the tree and cultivated him the way that he wanted him to be. And it's exactly what is happening like over the weekend when you watch all those uncoordinated, like you said, those guys trying to look like they're a part of something, wanting to feel like they're a part of something. And when you watch them march, I mean, I was watching a video before I came on your live and just watching them just walk. There was no like confidence. There was no swag. There was no, I know I'm a man and I'm confident in who I am. It was like that kind of weird, awkward, stumbling type of thing, but I just so desperately want to be a part of something. And no, I'm not excusing them. So please, no, you know, Steve knows.
Oh yeah.
I'm not excusing any of that. I'm just dissecting like body language and personality and all that. But Michael Rappaport's character is exactly those guys of today. And remember, this is 1995. We're in 2026 and nothing has changed. And so, I mean, it's up to the white family because, you know, you and I were young in 95 and now we're the adults with the grown kids. And if you all, as your community, and let me speak to your community, if you all are still raising and breeding this type of mindset, it is on you all to make sure that these young men are not turning out this way. You all are raising them. And I know you're a girl dad. What, do you have a son too? I think you have a son too, right?
I have two.
You have two sons. Okay. Yes. So you're a girl dad and a boy dad. And so it's up to you all to make sure that you are instilling human decency in your sons, because they're not just, it doesn't just, I mean, some things do pass through DNA. Yes. And I do believe that, just like the trauma from slavery passes through our DNA. I think the horrors of what white people do and have done has gone through you all's DNA as well. So with that said, you all have to make a concerted effort to make sure that you are loving your sons and teaching them and talking to them about the real deal about human life and people, not just, and not just where it's all about the color of your skin, because, you know, somewhere the hate is being taught. Somewhere it's being absorbed at the dinner table, at the little slick comments, at the jokes that are being made, you know, oh, you know, those people, them over there, they're coming and taking our jobs and they're doing this and this, all those little slick things that are being, all those seeds that are being planted is from the family. And then you all are like in shock and awe when you find out your nephews, your sons, your neighbors, the pastor's child and whatnot are a part of these groups. Well, you all planted the seeds and you're not doing enough to make sure that those seeds are not planted. So when someone presents that indoctrination to them, they don't fall for it because they understand, wait a minute, I know what you're trying to do. I peeped the game and I'm not a part of that because I am for people. And I want to make sure that all of us win, not just my people, because I fear that an immigrant is going to take my job. You ain't trying to go out there and pick fruit. Stop playing. You're not trying to be out there at the construction site. Stop it. You don't have enough sunblock to be out there on them roofs trying to do what people are doing or cutting those lawns and stuff. So stop it. You know, but I just wanted to say that. So for the movie Higher Learning, please go and watch it. If you haven't watched it, you're going, even though you can tell it's from the 90s, the messaging is exactly the same, which is very sad because that means our country has not moved forth the way that it should have, because there's still people who want us to stay where we were back in 1995.
Your industry, I'm sure you would agree, has probably glorified some of this in a way. Social media,
absolutely,
definitely, right? So, what's the counter programming? Is it too late?
No, I don't think it's too late. I think, you know, honestly, I think people are just going to have to come in. I think people are just going to want to have to do the work,
right?
And I don't think people want to do the work. I think there's a group of people who want things to be easy. I think there are people who have expectations and entitlements. And with any type of change that we have in our lives, like if, for instance, if you want to change your body and you want to lose weight or you want to bulk up or slim down, there is work that has to be done. And there's realizations about your eating habits and your lifestyle and everything that you have to come to terms with. And I don't, not even I don't think, I know that there are people who are okay with the sickness that they spread, with the incompetence that they possess. It is easier to stay in the comfort zone than for us to do the work to get out of it. And let's be real, this type of talk sells.
It does.
It sells. When we
does.
talk about the division, when we talk about the hate, when we talk about those types of things, it sells. And so why would the powers that be inspired to have any of this change if it's a moneymaker? Because we can look on this application, we look on this app,
Debate
and
talk.
I'm just constantly flipping past oh my gosh, I am flipping past conversations. It's just too much.
That's why I don't do
And
it.
at some point, either you're going to have to, you're going to have to either reject it or you're going to fall for it.
Yeah.
And I think that's the sad thing people are falling for. And you and I, our generation really was the last generation that was taught to think in school. The millennials got it a little bit, but that No Child Left Behind really hurt them.
Agreed.
And so now we've got a whole influx of two generations, Gen Y and Gen Z. And for those of you who are millennials, you're Gen Y. Gen Y and Gen Z were not taught to think. So some people don't even have the wherewithal to break it down to be like, okay, you said X, Y, and Z, and then you start deciphering that information. Okay, this don't even make sense. Okay, you say this, like for instance, there was a comedian who said, you know, with Black people, we're the laziest, but we taking all the jobs. How is that possible?
Right.
How is that possible?
Right. all the black
So
jobs, right, Kima? All the black jobs. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, make sure I get mine, you know? And so, you know, if we're taught to think, then when people start spewing that mess to you and you be like, that don't make sense and doesn't make common sense, then I think that will start to help some of this die down, but people aren't willing to do that, unfortunately. And yes, my industry does, they do profit off of it, you know, the trauma stories, all of those things. Yeah, our industry definitely is not because they want people to really learn history. They know it's going to be inflammatory and it's going to make money.
Which goes back to what you and I have discussed before, the importance of education and why conservatives and white nationalists and white supremacists don't want the history taught, don't want the past taught, don't want to know the sins of our father, etc. So they can just say, oh, that's just made up, fake news. Let's
And it's so crazy because those are the same people who prevented our people, black people and Native Americans, from getting proper education and from reading. And now they're saying, no, it's a bad thing.
Right.
So people's lives were on the line trying to read and trying to learn to read. And now all of a sudden they don't want you to do it. I mean, even just common sense would be like, if you're fighting me this much on this one thing, what is it about that one thing that you don't want me to know?
And why?
That's what should spark people's, yes, and why? Why don't you want me to know da 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 da? Why, when I ask questions, you want me to just take it by faith or just go along with the get along? What? Why? Why is it so important for me to buy into what you're selling? That's what should prompt people, because, you know, people nowadays don't like to be controlled, but walk right into situations where they are being controlled. Again, we live in this dichotomy of psychosis. You want freedom, yet you fall for indoctrination that binds you
every day.
That does not make sense every single day. Yeah.
I appreciate you, friend, as always. Thanks for jumping in and sharing your wisdom with us.
Absolutely.
Be safe out there. Have a good day. Take care.
All righty.
All right. Bye. I love talking to Kima. It's a great point. I mean, she's honest. I mean, her industry certainly does glorify this in many ways, but just like debate talk, you know, the algorithm and then people's amygdala responses get fired up and people are shouting and there's all kinds of horrible things being said. It's not for me, you know, but I mean, it does sell, you know, hate sells, sex sells, violence sells. It's unfortunate. I guess you know, just to summarize this particular section, I see a few more guests, we'll bring some more people up, but education, man, education. Think about the targets of these particular groups. A lot of them are centered in areas where there's not a strong commitment to public education, right? I was in a debate over the weekend with someone who is a Ayn Rand fan, but really just does not care about altruism. Literally said he would be willing to sacrifice kids if it means coercing people to pay their taxes. There's millions of people that think that way in our country. They talk about freedom. Again, going back to the founding fathers, those liberals that founded our nation believed in the progression of rights, even though the contradicting of their being slave owners. But I think we can all agree that the Declaration of Independence was an aspirational document. It was intended to say, these are the things that we should be able to demand in a system of self-governance. It's crazy. See, sexy bitch. What's up, you sexy bitch?
Hey, you sexy bitch. So the comments have made me angry again.
Okay.
So I want to set straight a couple of things in the comments. And of course, it's not our community because they are the most intelligent on TikTok.
Correct.
But we have some really, really nasty racists in the comment, and I want to set a couple things straight about the Patriot Front. First of all, they are a white supremacist group.
Mm-hmm.
There is no doubt about it. I want to read a paragraph from their manifesto. TikTok, this is for informational purposes only. Reading this makes me sick to my stomach, and I do not agree with any of this. When our pre-Columbian forefathers left their European homes, they found a savage continent. They held a variety of purpose, yet the harsh life on the frontier and the common enemy in the strange and unexplored reaches of America yet to be untouched by civilization, they have found a common cause and a common identity as Americans. From the varied nations and cultures of Europe, a new nation was forged in the flames of conquest. E pluribus unum was the new creed that bound our people together with their pan-European identity as Americans. To be an American is to be a descendant of conquerors, pioneers, visionaries, and explorers. This unique identity was given to us by our ancestors, and this national spirit remains firmly rooted in our blood. Our mission is a hard reset on the nation as we see today, a return to the traditions and virtues of our forefathers. And they've already stated that their forefathers were pan-European.
Correct.
That tells us they don't, first of all, indigenous erasure, right? They want to tell us that the indigenous folk had no civilization before they got there, which we know is not true. And they want to tell us that the only people that they want here are people of European descendancy. They are white supremacists, above and beyond nothing else, and they're out and proud about it. And this woman sitting on here, while physically nothing has happened to her, she knows who they are and what they want.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't want it here. And not all harm is physical.
Correct. I think every group, Patriot Front, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, the KKK, they are all white supremacist organizations. That's the common thread. They have different tactics, they have different primary focuses, but that's the overall common thread that connects their hatred.
Second of all, there's a lot of people saying that the people that were marching in DC was not the Patriot Front, that they were people that were paid by the SPLC, right?
Of course.
That's if you go, I'm on their website right now. If you go to the front page of their website, they are taking credit for that march. So Garrett, in the comments, I'm talking to you, you unsalted
boiled chicken
donut. Whatever. It is not a fake photo op. This is what happened. I am so sick of these people who will just take whatever is given to them. These are white supremacists. They vote on the right. They are extreme right wing. They vote with you. They vote alongside you. That should tell you something. Okay, I'm done.
Hashtag free Francis. Listen, you don't want Francis unbridled coming for you. Trust me. I love you, friend. Thank you.
I can mute, and I have been muting. So, like I said, keep it cute in the comments. dog whistles and overt racism will be muted. I don't care. I don't like you, and I love muting you. So.
I love you, friend. Talk to you
And
soon. Yes, go ahead. One more
I
time.
love you too. But wait,
Yes?
one last thing.
Yeah.
Please make sure what Steve does here every day is 4 hours of time that you see. There's way more than 4 hours that goes into it. Steve puts his heart, soul, sweat, and tears into what he does here. This is work. Make sure that we are supporting that if we want to see that continue.
I appreciate you.
That's it.
Very much. Have a good day.
Love you.
Be safe. Love you more. See you later. It's a great point. For those of you, listen, I just want you to be very, very clear, people like Garrett and others that are in here. I want to be very, very clear with what I'm about to say to you, to reiterate what Francis said and what Kima said. You are trying to find ways to justify your support for the Patriot Front, Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, 3%ers, KKK, and white supremacy. You've gone so far as to say that it was a staged picture by the SPLC. To Francis's perspective, you can go to the Patriot Friends website. They're taking credit for it. Is that fake as well? This is exactly the point that Kima was talking about. You've been conditioned to think these things could never exist in your little orbit. We're not violent. It's the left that's violent. It's the communists. It's the immigrants. It's the democratic socialists who want to fund education, healthcare, rent control. They're the violent ones. It's not your guys proudly wearing their white masks when they can't find their hood, proudly having their little cosplay moments, marching in unison, echoing, uttering their hatred. There's video from this, I'm not sure if it's the same subway car, but one of the subway cars about replacing the Jews. Don't forget, this entire group, Patriot Front, organized after the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, where people were chanting with tiki torches, "The Jews will not replace us." That's where these groups come from, anti-Semitic hate groups, white supremacy hate groups. That's who they are. So it's a simple question for those of you on the right. Just admit that you support it. Just admit it. Just admit that you support it. Because we know you do. You're the only ones that have not come out of the hatred closet yet, among other closets. Just admit it. Stop trying to say, oh, it's the SPLC funding it. No, just say that you support it. Where's your volunteer form? Did you send away for your entry packet yet? What do you get in the mail when you join one of these hate supremacy groups? Do you get your swastika? Do you get your trip? Do they size you for a hood? Do they want to know your inseam on your white supremacy uniform, your tactical gear? Thank you for standing up for that, Francis, and thank you, Kima, for calling it out, because we know what it is. We know the overwhelming and violence. Again, think about this. What a traumatic moment for her. And Kima knows, and Recovering knows, and black women and black men know. It's a day in the life. It's just a day in the life. And there are people in our country who don't like the fact that we call the president a fucking racist, because he is. And people who believe that same sort of bullshit are racist as well. No doubt about it. I have a little bit of sound that I want to play to support that. I think I have it here. Then I'm going to play some sound from Barack Obama from the 2016 campaign, the 2012 campaign, because I think it's extremely important that we call this shit out. I think this is the one I want to play for you.
Never be a communist country. Won't happen. Communism is a loser, and it always will be. The communist system is the opposite of the American system, and the communist system has never worked.
Okay, that's one example. Let's see if I can find the one that I really want to play for you, because this tells you everything you need to know. Then we're going to talk about the women in New Mexico who are kicking some fucking ass. We're going to talk about Hunter Biden a little bit today, because I think he's on to something. Let's see if I can find this. Is this it? Yeah, here you go. So think about what we've already discussed this morning. Think about what Francis read, what their doctrine is, how they. Hold on a second. Let me do this. what their doctrine is, their origins of being European. This was the president, okay? The president of the United States of America, that's been founded on immigrants. Bring me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to be free. The Constitution then grants birthright citizenship to people who are born here. We are literally a melting pot. And this is what the president had to say. And then there's a commenter who sort of jumps in throughout. But here you go.
English, because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years.
1,000 years ago, no one in North America was speaking English.
That has been the language of freedom.
Freedom from what? England? We still speak English.
In America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding, and for 1,000 years.
1,000 years ago, no one in North America was speaking English.
That has been the language of freedom.
Freedom from what? England? We still speak English.
So wrap it all up. Wrap it all up. Those people who wear those masks and who wear those hoods and who wear those cosplay uniforms and have got their Punisher tattoos and their Proud Boy merch gear that they bought, all that kind of shit. They're the ones that are there. Those are the people the president wants at polling locations. Those are the people that he pardoned. But nothing to see here, right? Of course not. Nothing to see here. Of course not. Nothing at all to see here. Good morning, baseball. How are you today?
All right. I have a question. Why are you more outraged over that picture than the girl, the Ukrainian refugee that was killed?
Why are you not more concerned about any of the women who were unalive during Trump's presidency? You want to play that game?
No. Answer my question, please.
You want to play that game?
I want you to answer my question.
No, I will. Do you want to play that game? I just want to set the boundaries here. Do you want to play that game?
Just answer the question.
Do you believe?
Why aren't you more outraged?
I'm outraged against violence. Are you?
Why didn't you put her picture on their background?
So again, I've answered your question. Now, can you answer mine? Do you want to address any?
Why didn't you put her?
Sir, shh, quiet. Put a sock in your mouth. Why are you not?
Shut up! You're a piece of shit.
Am I? This is MAGA. Do you support?
Yes, you are.
Do you support the Proud Boys?
No, I don't.
You don't?
Neither does Trump, and he's denounced them.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
It's in the debate. Go listen to it.
Stand back and stand by.
Go listen
to
the debate.
Did he not say that?
He did say that.
Okay.
Yes, he did. But he also denounced it.
How did he denounce?
He also has denounced white supremacy many times.
Has he really? Really? He's got a white supremacy.
Yes, he has.
Really? Who's Stephen Miller?
You want me to source it?
Who's Stephen Miller?
Do you want me to source it?
Who is Stephen?
I'll source it for you.
Who is Stephen Miller?
Do you want me to source it? You don't want me to source
I'm
it, do you? Hold on. I'll source it.
No, I'm good. Tell me what you had for breakfast today. First of all, I want to know.
I don't give a shit.
Nobody
I don't care.
Cares. Nobody fucking cares. This is what Kima was talking about, right? This is what I've been talking about all morning, right? The lengths that people will go to defend this. Now, you couldn't just come up there and request and say, that circumstance did not look good, because I vote with those people. I vote with those people, right? I cast vote alongside people who voted for Trump, who wear their cosplay bullshit, who march in cadence with their jackbooted fucking flip-flops or whatever the fuck it is. You vote with those people, my guy. See, the difference between me and you, aside from numerous things, I'm smart, funny, handsome, confident, humble, good dancer, ride a motorcycle, play guitar. What do? Aside from step on Legos and eat your Swanson Ready-Mades? The difference between us fundamentally is that I believe any politically oriented violence is horrible. 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 I believe that death and suffering are horrible. You don't. You want to try to use things for a political talking point. You couldn't just look at this image and try to understand what this young woman was going through. You couldn't. You couldn't do that. Instead, you wanted to try to come up and score a political point. And you know what it did to yourself, sir? It just made you look like the cuck that you are. It just made you look like a person who is white T supremacy adjacent. We'll say that. If you despise white supremacy, then why do you not call the president out for saying, we speak English? Yeah, no fucking shit. We've always spoken English. What did he mean by that? What did he mean by that? 276 FBI agents, Star, that was the President Trump's FBI agents? This is the problem with you people. You don't have an argument other than you don't want to admit the fact that you support this shit and you cheer it on. He was right. Steve, you know he was right, R-I-T-E, Jim, and I dropped him. No, Jim, first of all, right would be, like correct would be R-I-G-H-T, not R-I-T-E, like a rite of passage. Jim, the reason I dropped him and the reason I won't bring somebody like you up is because you guys are just filled with fucking hatred. And I don't need to talk to people like you. I need to expose them to a certain degree, but then move on from you because you're all the same. I want to talk to people who voted for Trump who can look at this and say, yeah, that's not a good look. The president having these YT supremacy groups marching in cadence and in support, in some cases carrying his flags. But the president denounced them. Why do they still vote for them? If he denounced them and he denounced them, then why did he pardon them? Baseball? Why did he pardon them? And I know what your answer is going to be because you all answered the same way. They didn't get a fair trial. They didn't get a fair trial. Really? They didn't get due process. Well, if they didn't get due process, then why did they get convicted? That would literally be due process. Why did many of them confess to their crimes? Oh, you'll say, well, they were coerced. Okay, they were? They were coerced? And why were they pardoned? Funny how that works. Because you can't have it both ways. You can't sit there and say that where was your hatred? My anger is towards anybody who commits crimes against the vulnerable. Okay? That's a fundamental difference. We can call balls and strikes. White supremacists can't. You only see your hatred towards marginalized communities. You only see what you see. You're excited about this shit. You get off. You imagine yourself being there. You imagine yourself being able to drop the N-word whenever you want. You fucking love that shit. Dropping the hard R, whatever racial trope you can spin, you just fucking get off on that. You sit in the corner and you spank your fucking micro dick and you celebrate this shit. You celebrate this shit. That's why people don't want to talk to you. That's why people they don't want you in your spaces. Now that I brought you up, I've seen you comment before. You're here every single day. That's what you want. That's what you want. You want a white society. You don't want black people living in your neighborhood. You don't want immigrants living in your neighborhood. You don't want a queer couple living in your neighborhood. You don't want to see two dads holding hands walking down the street, raising their children. You don't want to see two moms bringing their kids home from soccer practice. That's why you're alone. That's why you're miserable. That's why you jump into this. See what I mean? That's exactly proving my point, Jim. See, you're proving my point. You're exactly proving my point. That's why we call you out. This is why we tell you this is just a fundamental difference between us and you. Why do you give us shit so much what's in someone's in their pants? What is your obsession with genitalia? What is your obsession with rainbows? What's your obsession with flags and diversity? You should look back at your own history. Our country was founded by a bunch of woke liberals who believed in the progression of rights, who believe that a society should not be governed by a monarch, by a king, that we should not be authoritarian. We should be a diverse culture. Yes, again, contradictions. I understand it. Seriously, your obsession with hatred. I mean, you look at this picture and the only thing you could go to is, where's your picture of the Ukrainian woman? And we're saying it's horrible that she lost her life. Absolutely fucking horrible. Absolutely horrible. Then I'll read you a story. So if I can find it here. Hang on one second. I'll read you a story about Tyron. I'm sure I get his name pronounced correctly. His name is Tyron Johnson. He's 20. National Guard troops serving in Trump's crime-fighting task force fatally shoot man in Memphis. 2 members of Trump's crime-fighting task force fatally shot a man in Memphis. 2 National Guard troops. Why the fuck are they doing that? Authorities said the two members of the Tennessee National Guard shot and unalived Tyron Johnson after he turned toward them with a gun during a police pursuit just before 4 o'clock yesterday morning. Tragedy unfolded after Memphis police officers responded to reports of shots fired near Ida B. Wells Street and found several people fleeing the scene, one of whom was carrying a handgun, authorities said. Memphis police officers and members of the Tennessee National Guard, military police, then pursued the man, later identified as Johnson, as he fled. At one point during the pursuit, Johnson encountered the two unidentified Tennessee National Guard members, unidentified for one, who noticed that he was armed and opened fire for reasons under investigation. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation said in a statement, the two National Guard members then provided first aid, but Johnson was pronounced unalived at the scene. No officers or National Guard members were injured during the shooting. Witnesses described a chaotic scene. We pulled up, walked to the end of the street, and we heard firearm shots, people taking off running. When investigators then continued processing the scene following the fatal shooting, Gilliam said he saw Johnson's family arrive. We come from a big family, so you know, family's a big deal, he said. Just watching the mama get the news, that's definitely because I wouldn't want my mama to get that news like that. Johnson's older cousin, Terrical Nelson, 46, said authorities told members that he had been shot twice in the chest. Authorities on Sunday did not immediately respond to questions about the number of shots fired, and TBI declined to comment on Nelson's account of the shooting. First of all, why is the National Guard now shooting people? It's a black man. We don't know the circumstances. But we can draw some conclusions, can't we? I condemn political violence of all kinds. Can't stand it. Hate it. As despicable of a person that Charlie Kirk was, as absolutely foul person that he fucking was. Now we can go down the conspiracy theory rabbit hole because it's easy to do, to put some pieces together. Easy to do. Why was that area paved over within hours? Why were there all kinds of holes in the story? He did not deserve to lose his life because of his political views. I condemn violence, Jim. Jim, do you condemn January 6th? I condemn all violence. We know the overwhelming majority of the violence perpetrated during the Summer of Love in 2020 were by agitators. We know that to be true. We know that to be true. Absolutely factually proven. We know it to be true. Overwhelming majority of those protests were peaceful. Now, can you condemn J6? Go ahead, Jim. Oh, wait. Chat's waiting for you. Call it what it was, Jim. Go ahead, I dare you. Condemn it. Condemn it. Go ahead. Condemn the fact that there was the Proud Boys and the 1% and the 3%ers and the Oath Keepers and the Patriot Front and the Triple K who were all, yeah, see, you can't do it, Jim. You can't do it. See, you can't do it. You prove my point. You see what I mean? Put in your comments, everybody can see, Jim. BLM was not peaceful? Really? Okay. So then I need you now to condemn what happened on J6. You won't, Jim, because you're likely a white supremacist as well. And you would love a country that looked just like your mayonnaise ass. Wouldn't you? Of course you would. Of course you would. We know. We see you. We see it all, Jim. And people just like you. People just like you. Yeah, Dems cause J6. Right. Got it, Jim. Jay Boogie, how are you? Jay Boogie, are you there? I guess not. You can request again if you want to. We can mute Jim. Hi, Lee. How are you? Lee, are you there? TikTok is TikToking today. Good morning, friend. How are you today?
Good morning. Having a rough time today, but I'm hoping just saying some things out loud will help. Okay, joy is supposed to be resistance.
Yes.
And for decades of my life, one moment of joy for me is watching the fireworks on the beach on the 4th of July. It's just a tradition we've done, and it's been one of my favorite moments of the year. And I skipped it this year. And
I'm sorry.
I'm sad, like this. Our country is making me sad, and the picture behind you is making me sad. And I listen to some very powerful voices over the weekend. Just one example is Erica listening to reactions about the picture and about the state of affairs, state of our union. And I think it was SoCal Smitty asked the chat, what do you feel when you look at this picture? And I had a lot of words go through my mind, and I just ended up with guilt. I'm a white woman, and my vote wasn't enough. Supporting people like you isn't enough, but I'm pretty isolated, and I just feel such great guilt on behalf of myself and people like me that aren't doing enough. And I'm not looking for anyone to forgive me, but I'm just identifying what I'm going through. I don't know what to do, but this is not okay. It's so disturbing. And it took the joy away. And and then seeing, video of Delaney Hall where people are being abused with fireworks going off in the background, and just scrolling through TikToks and seeing stupid, look at my July 4th outfit or my July 4th dessert, or it's just so disturbing. And I'm so sorry. I'm not trying to bring anything down, but it's just people are so out of touch. And I'm out of touch with myself and what to do. There's such guilt. Just looking in her eyes behind you right now, I just thank you for highlighting the hard topics and allowing the strong voices up, like the women you had earlier, and the weak voices like mine, to be a part of the conversation.
Your voices
And
are
if
weak.
anyone out there is feeling like me, you're not alone. I'm sad, and there's other sad people out there too, and I just want to know you all are not alone. And thank you for one last thing. I'll wrap it up. One last thing. Thank you for providing good examples of do something and what to do and how to do it. And I'm hoping to learn what I can do to help, because I'm not doing enough as a white woman in this country, looking at this beautiful face behind you, and it's not okay. Thank you.
I love you, friend. Chin up. I got you. Thank you for being here.
Love you. Thank you.
All right, bye. Yeah. And it's funny, I see the comments go by about, these are for people who, I've talked about this a lot, about how we can't normalize, right? I mean, I think my hope is that white America, it's never going to be all, but even 2, 3, 4, 5% of white America who've realized the amount of privilege that we have, can look at this picture perhaps a little bit differently now and be like, damn, and understand that this is the fight every single day for Black and brown people, for women, for marginalized communities, for the queer community, etc. Right? Every day there is someone that's looking down on them. Every single day, every day. And we don't know privilege. Yes, we do. we do have privilege. It's part of the problem. This whole white privilege thing. Just get over yourself. Of course you have it. You were fucking born into it. You didn't ask for it. You didn't ask for it, but you were born into it. So, Old Crow, if you're gonna insult me, can you do me a solid, bro? If you're gonna insult me, make sure you get the "your" right. Your would be like you are. That'd be a contraction, right? You apostrophe R-E. You take two words. So say yo. If you want to say you are a white apologist, if you're going to insult me, at least spell it correctly, please. Appreciate that. Thank you. Hey, Jermaine. How are you, man?
I'm all right, friend. How are you?
About the same.
Yeah, best we can. Um, I've been trying to, gather my thoughts since this whole incident, not even incident, this whole thing took place, or repeat, I would say, this is nothing new, right? Uh, this is very cancerous, very, very cancerous. And when it is not, treated, that's why I say white supremacy, racism is cancer. But this time, my friend, we cannot attack this. Chemotherapy is always, it's the treatment to cancer, right? We cannot attack this as chemotherapy. We cannot. And because it's not worth it. This is evil. This is a disease. We're in an epidemic. We've always been in an epidemic. A country that was born off of racism will forever be its foundation until something is done about it. My ancestors have confronted this for centuries. And it's been laying doormat for so long, my friend. When it finally got someone that represents them in power, it became more bold, as we know. And there's got to be the line's got to be drawn. The line's got to be drawn by any means. The line's got to be drawn, my friend. It can't. Lives are at stake here. Black and brown lives are at stake. The line got to be drawn because this cannot go on and on and on and on again. I'm seeing what my ancestors, my people who doing the civil rights movement, my grandmother, my great grandmothers, from my ancestors back then. I'm seeing this revolving door. This revolving door that keeps going around and around and around, and that just got line has got to be drawn to say when is enough, because this has been pacified. It's been pacified for so long. And when you keep pacifying this racism and white supremacy, it continues to grow. People need to get real with themselves. This is the everyday life and fight for Black people. Every single day, whether it's physical or whether it's systematically. These are the different institutions that we face every single day. These are not just yes, they are losers, but these not just some mama boys, or these not just some or whoever. We cannot pacify these things. This is serious here. Like, until people come with that reality, this will ever be a thing. This has to be confronted in some way possible. I don't know the ways, my friend. I'm still trying to figure out the ways myself. But I always talk about, class and economics, but until the racial is dealt with, we will not have a better world. Until racism is dealt with. I'm not saying, I think in reality, I don't know if we can eradicate it completely, but we have to almost completely. It has to be gone. There has to be nothing left. From the institutions to the people, something has got to be done. It cannot linger. It cannot lay doormat anymore. I'm tired of it laying doormat, because that is the problem. Something has to be done. It is too much pacified and it's too much just normalized. Like, people looking at this, man, this is crazy. Just a normal, let me go on about my day. Are we not seeing a problem here? Let me go on about my day? When we literally have white nationalists walking the street willy-nilly, not confronted some way possible, this is normalized. Oh, just another day we wake up, let's go on about our day. What? We gotta be serious. Reality check. I know I'm tired of saying it seems like a repeated thing, but this shit has been normalized, my friend. I'm sorry for using profanity, but a line got to be drawn.
It's like what Keem and I talked
People
about.
need to check themselves.
It's like what Keem and I talked about earlier, Jermaine, about how, education is not the only solution, but it has to be part of it. Right? It's got to be.
Yes, it does.
We have to accept.
That's where it starts.
Yeah, we have to accept the vulnerabilities in our system. We have to accept the fact that social media is contributes to this. There's lots of factors. But that's a big one. This is not to blame educators. This just means we need to give educators the tools to be able to address this. So every time we see legislation passed, we want to eradicate Black history, or to change. Florida did this really weird thing where they tried to change the story about Rosa Parks. a whole bunch of shit. So it's like these kinds of things that don't, like the Moms of Liberty push, all those people who ran for school board because no one opposed them. All these little things. It's like this is white supremacy takeover by 1,000 paper cuts. That's what it feels like, right?
All right. Thank you, my friend. I'll check you later.
I got you, bro. Thanks for being here.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. You know, I'm just looking at the chat today. I mean, you guys have to decide. I mean, you're just obviously there's so many racists in here. Listen, just own it. I mean, we know what you want to do. We know that you want to drop the N-word in public every single day. We know you do. We see it. We see it every single day. We know you want to use every slur in the book. You want to dust some of the ones off that your dad used to say or that your friends used to say. And in white America, those people who want to be considered accomplices, you have a responsibility. Are you participating in that? Was it just a joke? Are you calling it out? That's our mission. That's what we have to do, right? Don't ever assume you're an ally. You don't get that right. Attempt to be an accomplice by showing people what your actions are. Use your privilege. If you have a platform, use it. I'm not afraid to talk about these topics because I know how fucking bad there's my privilege showing. How dare me say I know how bad it is? I have no fucking idea how bad it is. As an example of my privilege sneaking through there. What I try to do is expose it. What I try to do is say, this is how bad this is. The picture tells the story, because it does. Because it does. Detective, how are you this morning?
I'm good. I just want to speak on this picture. You know, I hear a lot of people say she's brave and then she's not scared and all this stuff. And what I see is a woman sitting on a train and she's like, oh shit, am I going to make it out this train? Oh shit, am I going to make it out alive? You know, I don't see bravery, I see fear. And it's just weird that people would think that she's brave at this time, you know, of fear and scared, knowing that this hate group is in front of her, something that she's been learning all her life, fearing all her life that will come back, and it is coming back, unfortunately. Oh my God, I can't even believe it. So, and it's just weird that I'm seeing like a lot of white tea people saying that, oh, she's so brave, oh, she's so this, and I'm like, no, she's not brave. She's looking like, oh shit, am I going to get off this train? What are they going to do to me? So that's all I want to say.
I agree. That's what I see too. When I saw that picture, that's exactly what I saw. Terrified, right? Terrified. She just wants to ride the train to wherever she's going. Now she's potentially in fear for her life. That's what I see. Thanks for joining today. I appreciate you being here.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, bye. Yeah, that's what I see too. I mean, you seen those comments. I mean, again, that's a privileged take, white people. She's living her life. Why would she have to, first of all, why would she have to be brave to just ride the train, right? She's just riding the train and she's surrounded by a group of people, young white men who don't want her to exist. Right? That's who she's surrounded by. Thankfully, it was the middle of the day with other people around, but what would other people do? Would white America step up if there were slurs being thrown in her direction? What would you do? What would you do? So to Jermaine's point and to Kima's point earlier, this is the assignment for white America. Could have voted for a black woman, the most qualified in history to run for the presidency. Could have done that. You didn't. Could have stood up to this shit. You don't. What are you going to do? When you see this kind of stuff, what are you going to do? Are you going to get in the faces of the Patriot Front? Because we know exactly who the fuck they are. We know exactly who they are. There's no disguising it. No disguising it. So that's the question. I guess we'll see. I guess we will see. Everybody keep tapping, please. If we could get the dollar train going, we could take a big jump out of that number today. That'd be fantastic. Cash App, PayPal, Venmo. Anybody who donates $5 or more goes into our drawing to win some merch. Make a $5 donation, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo to Add Facts Don't Matter. You're entered into our contest. Thank you. Professor, how are you today?
Hey, what's up, man?
How you doing?
I'm all right. I just want to ask a few questions and have a conversation. Number one, I do at least appreciate your efforts. But let me ask you, when you saw this picture, what was your first thought?
That she looked terrified.
Terrified, right? And you know what bothers me, man, is like how many people just like the brother Jermaine was saying, normalize this and gloss over it. So I'm a black man, a strong black man, and proud of who I am. And there's a book that I read, and I read this on my live, and it's called 100 Years of Lynching. And this is what this reminds me of where we going back to. So when Trump supporters, and he talked about a golden era, to me, man, this is what he meant of what we seeing go back around in a circle. And I saw somebody call you a white apologist. And that just shows their mentality, because it is the skin that they attack. It is. Do you know when I do my live, how many times I'm called a hard ER in my live?
I can't imagine.
Just because, and then they loosely use the word, and I appreciate you saying that's my privilege. They loosely use the word racism. They say, "Oh, he's being racist." I said, "Well, how can I do that? Because I'm calling out yours. Because you don't know how. You've never experienced it. You've never experienced it, and it bothers me how many people they said. And you said the woman that was before Jermaine said she felt guilty. Then I know as a white male, how many times they say white guilt. You're trying to appeal to my white guilt, and that's not what it is. It's like, how can you call yourself human and you don't have a guilt complex? Right? So when I saw this, I saw the precursor of where they're trying to go. They want to eradicate whatever don't look like you, man. And because of your mindset, you might have to go to it because they don't like you because you stand up. And I tell them the same thing that you just said. If you're gonna insult me, at least use the right your.
So true, right? So true.
Like, man, they will come in my live and tell me how uneducated, and it's full of misspelled words. And it's and when their hatred takes over, even down to the point that on this app, I have to say YT.
I know.
I don't. This is how you control. We're not even allowed to say white, or we're so controlled that we have to say YT, and they can say the hard ER. But yeah, man, I stopped on your live because I don't see this. What you doing? I don't see it much. I see it here and there, but I don't see it much, man. And I can at least say, as a black man, that this is my reality. And I appreciate that. No, she's not brave. She looks like a deer in headlights to me. She looks like she was going about her day, and boom, this all of a sudden happened. So she can't get up and panic. She had to stay calm. But when I see ones like you, I do appreciate it, man. So I can say that you acknowledge that you got white privilege, and you're trying to use it for something good, man.
I appreciate that, Professor. I appreciate that. Thanks for joining. When do you go live, sir? I just followed you. So when do you generally go live?
I will shoot you over my YouTube. I'm more so on my YouTube.
Okay.
And you could just sit in the live and just observe, because guess what, man? Like, and no, you free to comment, but I'm saying, it's like, okay, say if I'm talking and I set the table, like it's like clockwork. 5 to 7 minutes in, here comes the agitators. Here comes what's it like to be an NIGG? How do you feel being what is this coming for? And I'm strong with mine, but It's just that our daily experience is for nothing. Because Stephen Miller tells you who is a quack job. Because Stephen Miller tells you, or Russ Vought tells you. So yeah, man, I appreciate it. But I'm usually on here like random, but I'll send you over my YouTube.
Please do. Thanks for joining today.
Again, I appreciate
you.
I appreciate your efforts, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate you for being here, and thanks for the kind words. You have a good day. Be safe out there, okay? Thanks a lot.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that. If not me, who? I mean, this has never been about me, other than me using my privilege to call this shit out. That's it. That's what this is. I get accused of all kinds of bullshit, that it's fake, that I'm a phony, that I'm a fraud. I get it. It doesn't bother me. I don't care what you say. I really don't. I care about people realizing, hopefully, we talk about the 45 million people that are, the 90 million people that don't vote, the 45 million people that are just the two wings of the same bird crowd. They'll never engage. They just feel like they're on the right side of history. They'll never engage on it. And then there's the 45 million people that are just generally feel turned off by democracy. Arguably, they don't feel connected to it. They really don't feel like their vote matters. They could be a lot like us. They just want to raise their kids. They just want to raise their family. They just want their children to be able to buy a home. That's all they want. So, and a lot of those people that didn't participate are white Americans. And we know that what's holding back our society are white people, white men in particular, because it's still the largest voting bloc. And that large voting bloc has been told to be afraid of everyone because they're losing their place on the totem pole, on the hierarchy totem pole. They're losing it. They didn't earn it. They were born into it. Now they're being told that birthright citizenship is something that shouldn't happen because it's allowing anchor babies. I hate that term. I'll use it. Like it's this cycle that you're stuck in that you don't want to leave. And I'm going to do everything that I can to try to call it out. Thank you, brother. And I appreciate your time yesterday for our chat. You're a good man. Appreciate you.
I ain't shit, but I do my best. Good morning, Fax. How are you?
I'm okay. Yourself?
This picture brought up the unsavory news from that day. Not gonna lie, but I'm here. I am here. I'm here for several reasons. Number one, you mentioned that people called you fake, and I just thought that was hysterical because I've quite literally never seen ChatGPT create something so beautiful. I've just never happened.
Well played. Well played. Well played.
Yeah, it took me a minute to come up with that one. Secondly, this picture does tell a story. It absolutely does. It tells the story of, quite frankly, the average experience in white America. Whether it's people masked up with their American flags on spears, or it's just folks who are looking at you like you don't belong, or it's people who are just, well, outnumbering you in any way, or it's people that you have to, quote unquote, compete with, even though you've been given less tools, less resources, and less time to get to the same goal. This picture is America. This picture is the average experience of a Black American in a lot of places. So I would ask I would ask every single person, every single white person specifically, when you look at this photo, I want you to think about what it feels like to be her. And I want you to go ahead and quadruple that across the entirety of the country for the 13 to 15% of Black people that are here. And to every single person who does their best to deconstruct, who tries to accept these realities, who tries to make it more comfortable for those of us who did not feel like we belong here, I appreciate every last one of you and keep doing the work. Fax is going to read a dono in a second, but I just want to quickly comment on that. Anybody participating in the giveaway here for a piece of merchandise off of his shop, if you send a whale, the whale diving, you get my entries as well. So check that shit out and continue to support Facts and everything that he does here, because there's a whole lot of creators that don't talk about some of the things that he does. And I think that's super important. And I want to hear more of it. So with that being said, there's a few ways you can support this. Please feel free to double tap. Please feel free to send your heartbeats. It's $1 a week. Knock out the little funny, stupid faces there. Share out the live. Please get it to as many people as possible on their way to work, currently listening in at work, so on and so forth, or on their off day, whatever you got going on. Do all of that. He has the Do Something tour. This man is literally trying to go across the country and do everything the Democratic Party doesn't do, or at least not to the degree that they should. And it's talk to every single voter who feels left out. And I think that's super duper important. And I also think that shit's expensive. Jesus. So if you guys want to help with that, please feel free to hit links in the bio. Fuck it. You know what? Fuck all of that. Fuck the work. Fuck the thank you so much for working on behalf of us. Can you know what would make me smile? You know what would make me smile? If Fax reads some donos and the donos just says because Hector says so. You know what? That's what I want you guys to do. Fuck all the other shit I just said. I want Fax to read a few donos, and I want them just to say because Hector said so. That's all I want. That's all I give a shit about. And that would make my goddamn day, because I'm a petty mofo. With that being said, I love you, Steve. I'm
Love
going
you,
to
bro.
drop down.
Love you, bro. Take care. Be safe. Hector gave me some of his time yesterday because I just have tremendous respect for him and going through some doubt and pain. And he was kind enough to give me a half an hour and gave me some tough love, which I appreciate, bro. Hector said, how many entries is this? That's 4. Added to the entries of whoever clears the whale diving gift. And y'all definitely want the I am fucking Zen shirt. Hell, I still need to get it. Thank you, Hector, for your kind contribution. I really appreciate you. Savage Mom said, because Hector said so, thank you for your $5. They're coming in now. I appreciate you, brother. That's very kind of you. Bridget, thank you for your $10. Bridget says, proud of you and your work. You're the start to a good day. Thank you, Bridget. That's very sweet. Appreciate you very much. Also to Stephanie. Stephanie says, Stephanie, the donation, just the dollar bills, as they say. That's on the Green app. Brooke said, because Hector said so. Thank you, Brooke. Appreciate you. You're very sweet. Terry said, hold on a second. Let me go here. Let me do this. Hang on one second. It's loading. Terry said, Terry, thank you for the 25. That gives you 5 entries into our contest. Terry said, because Hector said so. Appreciate that. Also on the CA, a lot of people said Hector said so. Wendy said because Hector said so. Tracy because Hector said so. Nita because Hector said so. Rainey, thank you very much for your 50. That's very kind of you. Rainey said because Hector said so. Bridget said because Hector said so. Stacy, thank you for your kind word. Kima, thank you very, very much. I'll just say that because Hector said so. You guys are great. I appreciate you all very, very much. That's very kind of you. Just goes to show you the power of that bald head. Thank you, Hector. Appreciate you, brother. All because Hector said so. All right, where are we at? 1046. Just a reminder, that is our contest. Every $5, every $5 entry in increments of $5 gets you entered into the contest. When we at the end of the week, we'll compile up everybody that's donated at least $5, and we have a wheel that we get to spin. Brooke's been spinning that for us, and we've given away merch. Vicky, yours is on the way. Terry, a couple weeks back. I've not yet heard from you. I've messaged you a couple times. So if you're still in here, you can, if you did win merch, our first contest. But anyway, you'll be entered into a contest and then you get to win an item from the merch store. There's a lot of cool shirt stuff in there, including the I Am Fucking Zen shirt, which we could all use a little Zen in our lives. Thank you, Francis. I will. Hey, Drew. How are you?
Hey, good morning, Steve. I wanted to point out an intentional contradiction that we've been seeing throughout the chat this morning.
Okay.
We keep bringing up that tragedy of the young Ukrainian woman on the train because in their minds, the man who did that represents every person of color and every immigrant that ever came to this country. They want that kind of incident to be associated with those with people of color and with immigrants.
Of course they do. At
the same time, they look at this picture, and they don't want to acknowledge that those men standing in that picture represent them. They don't want to acknowledge that.
That's exactly right.
They don't want to acknowledge the reality that is America.
They want to drop.
Just this
They want to drop the hard R. They want to drop the hard R.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mhm.
Hey, and I wanted to thank you for something, buddy.
Okay.
I wanted to thank you for introducing me to Sinjay.
Right.
And I was fortunate enough. Yesterday, I was scrolling through TikTok, which I rarely do on the weekends, but I was sitting building some Legos for my son, and I just scrolling through, and I happened upon her live, and I could not swipe away from it. She is so intelligent, so articulate, so calm, even in the face of the sheer stupidity and hatred. It's amazing to me to watch her. She had a young man from the Netherlands who had been red pilled basically, and she had him up for a good long time. She was compassionate. She asked probing questions. She kept the folks that were on, I'm going to put in quotes, her side, that she kept them in check when they started getting out of hand. I just wanted to thank you for that, because what she brought up and the insight into this man's way of thinking, which is incomprehensible to folks like you and me, but to give some insight into where does this come from. And I think it goes into that conversation that you're having today is who joins these groups? How do they get these young men to go out there in khakis and a blue shirt and a white mask and just completely embarrass themselves like they do? So just wanted to thank you for that, because she's a treasure.
I agree. She's fantastic, and she's our Danish correspondent, as we like to say. Thanks for jumping in today, Drew. I appreciate you very much, and thanks for the kind words.
Hey, thank you.
Have a good day. It's interesting because he's right about Sinjay. I mean, her lives are incredible. She might be in here, and we'd love to bring her up if she's here. But there's a dilemma that I process in my brain when it comes to these kinds of things. So the father in me is like, I feel really bad for those young men. I guess the empath in me feels really bad for those young men that they've been red pilled like this. That's part of it. I do feel bad. I don't, they have to take responsibility for their actions, obviously, but there is that empathetic side of me that says, why didn't someone get out ahead of this? Why wasn't someone in front of them? Where were their parents? Where was their dad when they saw this kind of shit? Where was their mom when they saw their son being exposed to this kind of hatred? Hatred. Thank you for Rainey. Thank you for the whale. I appreciate you. Thank you, Hector. Thank you, everybody, for helping us bank out that gift goal today. Rainey, that whale was, I don't think I've gotten a whale before. That was really freaking cool. So thank you for that. I really appreciate you. Thank you for that reminder, Hector. I'll get better at that shit. I get in the zone. Where are their parents, right? And I'm not trying to blame anybody, because everybody's circumstances are different. There could be a lot of single parents, single moms and dad are just trying to work in their 4 jobs to try to make ends meet. I get it, but where were the breaks? Where was someone? I mean, they're likely their dads, especially if they're white dads. Maybe it could have been indoctrinated into this as well. They could be part of the same fucking problem. But that's part of it for me, right? That's part of it. That struggles is like, damn, I feel like I want to pull one of them out of their formation, and then figuratively put them up against the wall and say, dude, what the fuck are you doing? You're 19 years old. You've got such power in the system. No one's trying to take your shit away from you. What the fuck are you doing? I'd sit down, I'd buy him lunch, and I'd fucking lay it all out there. Look around. Look around. You want people to be afraid of you? You want people to be intimidated by you? You want people to be, in fear of your step because you're part of this? This is how you want to be remembered? This group is about white supremacy, right? Who told you that a black girl on a train is a threat? Who told you that marginalized communities are threats? You know who told you? The people who want you to hate them too. Do you have a reason to hate them? Did something bad happen to you? I know, it's generational hate. It's part of that. Those are the things that I hope these conversations happen when I'm out on the road. Because I just look at this hatred. It just perpetuates. I've never seen it on overdrive like it is now. You've poured fucking jet fuel on the fire of racism and white supremacy when the president of the United States is using tropes like "we speak English here." We know what the fuck he means by that. Who was the White House aide? Was it Natalie Harp who put the picture of the Obamas depicted as monkeys? I'm not sure how old she is. I apologize. Probably you're right. Black woman. Let's assume black woman. I'm assuming she's older than 18. It's a fair call out. Yes. I only did that because I wasn't sure how old she was. I mean, this is the world we live in. This is the world that we live in. That we see this fucking hatred, and it's perpetuated by a certain group of people. So where were the parents? Where were they? Why was that allowed to happen? This fucking just hatred, it just boils in people, that you would mask up and you would uniform up with your fellow hateful rhetoric fucking spewing white supremacists. And you thought that that was a good choice to make? You really thought that that was a good choice to make? 18 to 22-year-old, your future is now connected to this. No wonder you don't want to be seen. No wonder you don't want people to know your search history. Can you just go back to the days when you were hiding your Playboys from your parents so they didn't know you had them? I'm somewhat joking. The circles that you swim in, like you are the company you keep, it's true. I know, Mother Hen, you're right. It's not just the parents. I agree. It's everyone. And again, this is the call to white America, right? Hector can say it, Kima can say it, Jermaine can say it, Professor can say it, but it's got to come from me. You have a responsibility because this system was built for you. You can look at the documentary, American Experience. The room is loaded with white men that built the fucking system. Of course they're going to do it to benefit themselves. Why wouldn't they? So what do we need to do? We need to call it out. No longer can you walk by and not say something. No longer can you not put yourself between the threat and the person who could potentially be harmed. No longer. You can't do it. You can't. You might have to take that fucking risk. That's what your privilege allows you to do simultaneously. That's the expectation of the privilege that you were granted. You didn't earn it. You were born into it. You didn't ask for it, but you have a responsibility to wield it for righteousness, for kindness, for good. Stop with the fucking, there's nothing I can do. Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. There's a lot you can do. The question is, are you going to do it? Are you willing to do it? And then, will you do it? Guess we'll see. Good morning, friend. How are you?
Hello, good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm okay. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too. Okay, so if you guys are just out in the streets of TikTok and social media today, there's actually a list of these fellas. So their names, their ages, locations have been released. And there's a whole list of them. So I would encourage all of you all to go and look on the list and see if your cousins, your brothers, your dads, your husbands, your neighbors, the police chief is on the list, and you need to be having a nice chit chat with them. Also, there are some people on there from Canada. I want you all to go and write your senators and your congressmen and get them on the no-fly list, because we don't want them in our country. These are the people that we actually do want to keep out the country, because they are contributing to negative components of our society. You come here, fuck things up, go back to Canada, y'all get free healthcare, y'all kicking it in shit. Absolutely the fuck not. So there's you all's do something for today. Go and look on that list and see if you all see any identifiable names, and you need to go and have a conversation with them. I'm all about public shaming. I am. I will be the one to go and put all of this on the internet, and I will go live, and I will probably go and make them a nice poster for Kinko's or whatever the case may be. Hey, you all do how you gonna do it, but definitely start to put some light on these people. So they have been unmasked, my friends, and their birthdays, full names, their locations exactly are there. So if you know these people, it's your duty. And I'm going to call everybody out. It's your duty to go and make sure that everybody knows who these people are. And it's your duty to go have a conversation with them about their actions and how they're impacting this young lady who's sitting behind Steve and the rest of the community.
I love that.
It's on Bad Grandpa's TikTok. Bad Grandpa.
You know, it's interesting, though, you said that, because imagine, like, you know, if you want to be, if you're proud in your racism and your white supremacy, why would you feel the need to wear a mask? Oh, I get it. You don't want to be exposed. You don't want your job to know. You don't want your family to know. You don't want your spouse or your girlfriend.
Exactly.
You don't want them to know. Shocker. What's going to happen when there's repercussions? Cowards sit in darkness. Yeah.
Exactly. So this list came out fast. Like the internet is doing what the internet does. It's bad grandpa. Guys, just go and look it up. You literally can just go and look it up. It's not gonna be hard to find. It's just the internet. So go and pull this stuff up. Go do some research. See if you see any of your family members on there, any of your coworkers, your doctor, the police, your nurse. Like, you all need to really understand, like, this is not just the 20-year-old boy who's in somebody's basement. These people's faces are covered for a very specific reason, and not just because they at home playing Fortnite and Call of Duty. No, these are fucking police officers. These are judges. These are, these are very affluent individuals, and you all need to see for yourselves. You need to see who you're laying next to. You need to see who came to your 4th of July celebration the next day because they couldn't come on the 4th. Because they was in the damn Capitol. Like, come on. But that's all I wanted to say. You all go do some research and stop asking me where and who and so on and so forth. Go look the goddamn list up and find out who these people are. The list is out there.
I appreciate you, friend, as always. Thanks for being here. Good to see you again. Talk to you soon.
Bye. Have a nice rest of your show. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye. I guess we have a little work to do. We will be on that, and we'll have a little segment dedicated tomorrow to certain individuals. That'll be great. Okay. Real quick, just a little news on this. So I mentioned earlier that Fuller and Bulligan's red card was suspended based on a phone call the president made to the head of FIFA. Well, the Belgian Federation is going to challenge FIFA's decision to let Balogun play. The Belgian Soccer Federation wants an explanation from FIFA about a decision to let U.S. forward Fuller and Balogun play in tonight's World Cup game, despite getting a red card in his previous game. Belgium takes on the United States tonight at 8 o'clock Eastern time for a spot in the quarterfinals. The Belgian Federation said it's still not received either FIFA's decision or any explanation regarding this matter. In these circumstances, it has no choice but to challenge the player's eligibility for the upcoming match. It did not specify where it intends to appeal FIFA's decision. U.S. President Trump intervened on behalf of U.S. star forward Balogun, whose red card suspension was lifted in a decision that allowed him to play tonight. The Belgian Federation said it learned through media reports about FIFA's move and sent a letter to the governing body requesting a copy of the decision as well as an explanation of the profit process. So we'll see. Who knows what's going to happen there? Anyway, just an interesting story. But anyway, please continue to like and share the live, guys. Let's see if we can get 600K. We'll go until noon today. Appreciate you all. I think we've got a couple more items to bang out in that gift goal. Pin the fighter jets. That's a big one, but it's in there, so it is what it is. But thank you, guys. All right, I see Wildly. I see Twiz 420. Oh, got that weird light. That thing looks strange. It looks sick. Twiz, how are you today?
I'm good, Steve. I'm back. I talked to you once before. Love your show. Listen every day. And when you mentioned looking into these guys, something that popped into my head, maybe a method to go about this is we'll get.
Oh, we lost you. Twiz, we lost you. Oh, where'd you go?
Yeah.
Oh, you're back now. We lost you for a second there.
Okay, sorry. I'm working in a condo. So anyway, do it like, I don't know where you lost me, but do it like a white supremacist of the day award and like go through each one. This is John Smith and he is in Pittsburgh.
I like that.
You know, go each one. That way you get each one and then we pick.
I like that idea. I like that idea a lot. Absolutely. Then we can connect the dots to where they work or where they go to school. What church they attend. Oh, I love that idea. I love the petty. Thank you for bringing that up.
You run with it. Yeah, for sure. Thanks.
Thanks
for doing what you do.
I appreciate you. Thanks a lot. Yeah, we'll get that list compiled because I have the best mods in the business, and I'm sure it will already be collated and tabbed, identified by state. We'll spend a little bit of tomorrow's show dedicating some of our resources to exposing these cowards because that's what they are. They're fucking cowards. Every single one of them. And public shaming. Hey, I think I've told you this story before. I have no problem with public shaming. I use it for parenting. My kids acting up in public. I was never one. I never really yelled at my kids. I wasn't kind of a screamer, but I'd be like, "You guys, look at everybody's looking at you for making such fools of yourself. What are you doing?" And then they would curl up in the corner. I know that's bad, probably really petty, but it worked. whatever it takes at times. Hi, Savage. How are you?
Good morning, Steve. How are you?
I'm okay. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate you being here. What's on your mind?
Yeah, of course. Thanks again. Echoing everything everyone said. Thanks for continuing to do the work.
Appreciate that.
This photo is quintessential America. I love it. You can't run from it. You can't hide from it. It's right there in your face. And to that point, I wanted to say, like, don't waste your time proving it to the deniers. They know the truth. It's all a ploy to keep us going in circles, arguing, trying to prove racism exists. This is what Patriot Front is about. Like, no, we're not wasting our time doing that. It's all a ploy to trick people into agreeing to their own demise. And we're smarter than that at this point. And again, we're going to do what? Move differently, right?
Exactly.
So don't waste your time. It's the same thing that they do when we're trying to defend our trans brothers and sisters, and they start talking about bathrooms and this. And we're not doing that. Everybody deserves human rights. We're not going to defend or try to prove to people who are defending the indefensible. Absolutely not. So shout out to everybody here who saw this and it evoked something in you. Hopefully, you take some time to think about it. Shout out to, I think it was Ali Mom, who was very emotional. Take the day, grieve what America was supposed to be. And then tomorrow I need you to get up and make some phone calls. And I need you to not only call your Congress people, I need you to, not just Ali Mom, all of our allies. I need y'all to get on the phone with them family members that you barely talk to. Yeah, it's time. We can't just ignore them anymore. We need y'all to start cussing them out. We need y'all to stay in their faces. That's what y'all can do. Especially for folks who feel like, there's not much they can do. You can do that. You can definitely do that. Cuss them out. Tell them what racist they are. Uninvite them to your what's next? Labor Day? Your Labor Day, end of summer. Get on it. You can do that part, y'all. That's what we need y'all to do. Because us wallowing in the grief of it all is not going to get the action that we need. We got to do the work. So I'm not saying that you don't grieve. You take your day. For me, I'll take my little shower, cry in the shower, and once we get out, I get back to work. So I appreciate you doing the work. I owe you an email actually because we want to develop that course that you were talking about last week.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I'm going to email you.
Okay.
I think that's it. I think this picture is going to go up on my wall. Actually, I want to give credit to the photographer. I'm going to have to go find who it was. This stands out to me just like the Ruby Bridges painting.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Piece of history, y'all. This is America.
I appreciate you, friend, very much for being here and for your support and for your kind words and your awesomeness. Definitely email me.
Yeah.
I appreciate you. Talk to you
You
later.
too, friend.
All right.
Got you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
It's a great point. I mean, I got to bang this drum, man. It's just like if it's not us, then who's going to do it? I always remind people this is just a dose of reality. Black women in particular, right? Some of the most horrible, disgusting things said about them and done to them by mediocre at best white men. And those black women will go to a polling location and vote for that person who abused her or threatened to violence against her to have health care, or to make sure that their kids have a better education outcome, or so we can tax the rich, so we can protect something if something bad happens to that redneck family. But you think that would happen on the other side? Of course not. Of course not. Every damn time it happens. 92%, every time. So what are we asking for? We're asking for white America to fucking own it and be like, okay, I get it. We can have an entire show on white privilege. I mean, if you don't understand what that means, then you might want to do a little bit of research. It just doesn't mean what you think it means. And if you're triggered by it, then you're part of the problem. So maybe do something about that. Maybe that's your do something. Maybe it's as simple as that. Recognizing that you have white privilege. And then say, okay, I have it. I get it. I understand what that means now. My access, my progress in life was never restricted because of the color of my skin, or who I loved, or who I did or didn't pray to. So that's the assignment. You choose to accept it or no. Pretty simple. Good morning, Shane. How you doing, brother? How you holding up?
I'm doing great, Steve. So first and foremost, I am speaking to you from my new job.
Hey, congratulations, brother. Congrats. That didn't take very long.
And the fuck, of course it didn't. I mean, it is what it is. People know good people, and they were willing to hire good people.
That is true.
For the Mayo Sapiens in the chat, for you transparent alabasters, you have lived a life so privileged that you don't even understand. The fact that I was laid off on Wednesday of last week, and I'm currently standing in a brand new full-time job in less than 4 days. That doesn't happen to Black Americans. That doesn't happen to women. That doesn't happen to any other community other than mediocre fucking white guys. And if you think I'm fucking lying, just remember you're probably a white person that's saying that. The fact that anybody defends those mediocre masked motherfuckers in that picture versus that very strong, very independent person who had to sit there and suffer the totastic terror that they inflicted. And she wasn't the only one. There's actually about 5 pictures of 5 different Black individuals that were on that fucking train being terrorized by those very same white supremacists. To the alabasters in the crowd, you need to be a lot more fucking louder if you want to call yourself an ally. You need to bleed. That's what you need to do. You need to suffer and bleed like that person in that picture has, because you know she has. You know she has been faced with opposition. She has been faced with slurs. She has been faced with probably physical altercations and abuse, all because of the way she looks and who she is as a person. Get off your fucking asses, you Mayo Sapien motherfuckers. You have had it easy for far too fucking long. Get the fuck off the couch. I love you, Steve.
Love you, bro. Congratulations. I appreciate you, man. Have a good day. Be safe out there. He's right about that privilege. Unemployed for just a few days, landed on his feet, found work. Privilege. And Drew said this. Privilege is white privilege is not accepting that you have privilege. Let's be honest. That's part of it. That's the first hurdle you have to cross, right? That's the first one. Accepting that you have privilege without doing that means that you are denying your privilege. What's up, my friend? How are you? Looks like we've got glitch talk big time because I can't. Mods, can you see the guest box? Because I can't.
Hey,
There you are.
you hear me?
I got you now. I can see you. Welcome. I'm glowing
It
again.
took me forever to load. It took me forever to load in.
Yeah, it's weird.
That was weird.
How you doing, man?
Anyway, I'm doing well. I hope you had a great 4th of July weekend.
Thank you. Same.
I did. I went to see my first ever Banana Ball League game. They played at Kinnick Stadium both Friday and Saturday. And I was able to attend the Saturday game.
That's awesome.
Very fun, very entertaining.
They're great.
I did want to comment real quick on the photo that you have here. Just, as a fellow palm-colored person, that look of terror on that woman's face says everything. She's caught between the fight and flight reflex. To me, it reminds me of literally a newborn baby deer, where it's just freeze in place and hope your camouflage works.
Good point.
But you can tell she's scared as heck, and it's disgusting. To see what this country is turning into, it's revolting, and I can't echo sentiments harder than your previous guest. It is time to get skin in the game. People, get out, get active, get in people's faces, use your voice, especially us white team men. We have got to lead the charge on change. We cannot rely on our brethren of peoples of color. They're tired. They've been fighting for hundreds of years. They're tired of it. We've got to step in and fill that role. And it's just enough's enough right now. I have been door knocking. I've been calling for Democrats here in Iowa. Just as a quick heads up on that, Rob Sands is currently up 2 points for governor. Josh Turek, who is running for the Senate seat against Ashley Hinson, he is up currently 4 points, which is actually a little eye-raising. And then Justina Bohan, who would represent one in Iowa, which is my home district. She's currently up 2 points as well. So Ruby Red Iowa for the last 25 years is but I'm going to echo what Hector said several times in the past. Even though the poll numbers are there, I'm not holding my breath, because we are still full of MAGAs here in this country. And especially in Iowa, where we're bright ruby red, we have a brain drain in the state. All of our youth is leaving this state. They'll get their degree and they jump ship. They don't want to live here. So
You're cutting out, bro. Oh man, I'm sorry. You kept cutting out, bro. I get your point. I totally get your point, and you're right on. No doubt. Yeah, I started to kick you. Just you were breaking up big time. Real quick, let me thank some people. Kate says, I hope you're coming to Chicago. Yeah, I mean, the plan is to go wherever I can at this point. We have a couple of things that I'm working on sort of behind the scenes about some specific locations. We're getting some more logistical support. Erica said, thank you for your donation. Thank you for all you do. You appreciate it so much. Thank you, Erica. Maggie said, because Hector said so. Dawn said, this too shall pass. Thank you, Dawn. We appreciate you so much. Also, because Hector said so. Julianne, because Hector said so. Carrie W. in all caps, because Hector said so, and that's enough reason. I got Terry. I got Brooke, because Hector said so. I'm going to remember that. We need a T-shirt. That's for sure. Coming soon to a merch store near you. Hector said so merch. Thank you, Wendy, Tracy, Anita, all because Hector said so. You guys are great. And over on the PP, thank you to, hang on one second. Sybil, thank you for your kind contribution because you wanted to and because Hector said so. Because Hector got the ball moving. Alicia and Daniel, all because Hector said so. Kristen, Anthony, thank you so much. I rounded it up to 5 because that way the math wouldn't confuse me. But you guys are all great because apparently Hector said so. The power that Hector has. It's that beautiful shiny bald head. Let's be real. And the sultry tones. Appreciate you. Yeah, Hector said so. Hashtag Hector said so. Exactly. Betty or Pitch, how are you today? Hello?
Hey, Steve, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
It's no problem. Thanks for being here. I appreciate you. Okay, so I mean, I just in general, I think the theme today, it's obvious. It's nothing new for people. Thank you, Dano. Appreciate you. It's nothing new for people. Just a reminder, anybody who's donated $5 or more throughout this week. So any donation of $5, you go into a drawing for. We'll do the drawing on Monday. So $5 gets you 1 entry, 10 gets you 2, and so on and so forth. Then we'll compile all those. Everybody will be assigned a number because it's just easier on the wheel. And then we'll spin the wheel Monday morning. And if you win, you get yourself a. Okay. Yes. If you win, you get some merch. We need one more. There's one more item up there. The flying planes. I'm going to pin that. Someone can take out that flying planes. That gets you an entry as well. So again, gifts that in increments of $5 will also get you an entry. So appreciate you guys. You're awesome. All right. Just to kind of summarize this story that we've been discussing this morning, we'll go till noon today. By the way, programming note, I'm contemplating, I want to get your opinion on this. I'm contemplating doing a nightly wrap-up show that would be an hour long and call it and that's a wrap. At 9 o'clock. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you, Vicky. Appreciate you. That's very kind of you. Thank you. That takes care of that goal. Thank you so much. That's awesome. Then you can check out the gallery now. Appreciate you so much. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Vicky. That was sweet. Flying plane. That's awesome. Thinking about doing a 1-hour show at weeknights at 9 o'clock Eastern time and call it that's a wrap. Just a quick sort of anything that happens between when we end our show at noon up until 9 o'clock, anything that we need to close the loop on or whatever that might be. I was thinking about that. Right? Would that be something you guys would be interested in? It'd be a different audience for us. We try to get some more followers of the show. Or should we do debate talk, like a debate night? Hector, I didn't mean to mention this to you yesterday. We should talk about that a little bit. But I'm thinking I like the idea of and that's a wrap. You guys like that idea? Yeah? Okay, I'm thinking about doing that. Because now this is my full-time gig. So I spend 20 hours a week on the show, probably another 20 to 25 in show prep. So it's what I do. I mean, so full disclosure, I mentioned this to you guys. I've done this before. I worked in media for 20 years. So I'm really comfortable in this space. Right. So that's why our show that I really care about timing and cadence to make sure we have enough content, enough copy. So I produce it. I write copy for the show. I produce it, do all the kinds of things. I could not do it without my amazing mod team for sure. Not only are they incredibly kind, incredibly smart, incredibly loyal and fun and awesome, they're amazing human beings. And hashtag free Francis. That's a big deal. We have to get Francis the hell out of Florida. So for me to add another hour or another 5 hours a week won't be much, but it'd be a different show. Probably wouldn't take guests. Anyway, the trolls are left. So I'll probably maybe try to kick that off either this week or next. Not sure yet. But anyway, so thank you for the support. So we will add, we're going to add, and that's a wrap to our daily show cast or whatever it is. There's that. So yes. So thank you guys. Everybody keep tapping, please. See if we can get to 600K, take care of that. Penny, looks like you might have timed out. You can request again if you want to. Let's see, Tony. Wrap it up after dark. Yeah. Hi, Tony. How are you?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
I'm good.
I was just listening to what you were talking about late at night. I would just like to say that I used to be a MAGA, and I, I I just couldn't do it anymore. And I wanted to know that maybe you could just bring up some of us that are like stuck, because I've been trying to get on some lives, and all they tell me is just stay there and listen. They don't want to talk to us about, what to do next. You know what I mean? I mean, there's still a little hate on the other side for us, and we're doing our best to try to change the way we thought about how Trump was. You know what I mean?
Yeah, a little. I'm not sure your mic's a little bit. Your mic's a little bit muted, Tony. I think it's a good idea. We can call it. Maybe there's a series we can call it "Leaving MAGA" or whatever.
I'd like to get back to work.
Yeah, sorry.
I have to get back to work, but I just wanted to throw that out there.
I appreciate that, Tony.
Thank you, Steve, for
bro.
letting me up.
Thank you, man. Sorry, but I like the idea, like leaving MAGA. The problem is, like again, so if I were to say, in a perfect world on the Do Something tour, the only people that I'm speaking to are non-voters. Of course, that's impossible. There's just no way that could happen. We're going to go to states that are pivotal in the election. Think about the swing states. Think about Texas. Going to spend a lot of time in Texas. Going to be going to D.C. All that kind of shit. But we can't obviously only speak to non-voters. We can speak to a variety of people, and I'm hoping that through organic conversations, whether it be me delivering speeches or doing, man in the street interviews, that kind of shit, there might be a little bit of osmosis or some organic conversations that might spark from that. But to try to dedicate a show to say leaving MAGA, I think it'd be fucking awesome. Hector and I did one time. You may remember this, brother. About we tried to do a show for non-voters. It was difficult to get people who are just non-voters because it turns into a variety of conversations. But imagine dedicating a show or two to leaving MAGA. See what that would look like, because there's opportunity there, right? It's because the MAGA for Mamdani movement is real, and that's the Bernie to Trump pipeline, but just in reverse, right? So that's an option. Yes. I got you, Jen. All right. Speaking of Mayor Mamdani, just a little bit of sound I want to play because this was his speech compared to the bullshit that I played from the president. This was Zoram's speech regarding 4th of July.
Hold a special power, the power to determine what America means. The powerful have always known their answer. America, in their view, is an arena of supremacy where only a select few are allowed freedom, where not all are created equal. America, if you ask them, becomes less the more people it welcomes. America, they will tell you, belongs only to those with the right accent or the right shade of skin. The rest of us, they insist, should be grateful for merely being allowed to visit. How small they are, how weak, how unoriginal. At every moment in our past, those who led through exclusion and isolation have tried to win power and enrich themselves by turning us against one another. Division is the oldest trick in politics and the cheapest. But time and again, including 250 years ago, those forces of division have been vanquished by the forces of progress. As Thomas Paine once wrote, "This new world hath been the asylum for the persecuted lovers of civil and religious liberty. Hither have they fled." And yet today, too many of our leaders do not believe in a vision of this nation as an asylum for the persecuted, but rather as one that persecutes those seeking asylum.
That's who MAGA's afraid of. That's who they're afraid of. That's who conservatives are afraid of. That's who the billionaire class are afraid of. They should be. But they're afraid for the wrong reasons. They're afraid because, he balanced the budget in New York, negotiated with Albany, allowed for, access to childcare to be free, going after tax cheats, rent control, etc. That's what they're afraid of. I'm just trying to imagine myself. I'm trying to think about this objectively. I'm like, okay, I'm told to hate democratic socialism. I don't know why, but I'm told to hate it. And then I look at the policies And I've been screaming, thinking, my God, rents are too high. Housing is unaffordable. Inflation's killing me. Grocery stores are price gouging me. I can't afford childcare. And then they look at his budget and they see that it's balanced. And they created a model where they went after tax cheats, the billionaire class who were not paying their fair share because they're leaving buildings and condos and apartment buildings, high-rise apartments buildings unoccupied and taking it as a tax break, creating a program where they offer free childcare for 2-year-olds. Then I think it's 4-year-olds next year. Then it's free childcare by the end of 2028 or 2029 as they step into this thing. All those are the things that a lot of conservatives have been complaining about. And now he passes it, and they're supposed to hate it, which is why a lot of people are leaving. Like, this is crazy. This is the stuff that I want. It's those of them who are willing to kind of admit that they were wrong. Exactly so. It's literally working in real time. It's working because they're investing in education. They're investing in the infrastructure, which means peeling back a lot of the money that the tax cheats have been getting away with and then putting it back in society so you can have better roads, you can have better bridges, so you can have free childcare. Right? I mean, let's be honest. This is a losing argument for you. If you want to go down the road, if you want to go down the road to say, child care is now free for residents of New York because they taxed billionaires and billionaires are paying for it, and you want to criticize that, how else would you want that to be paid for? Do you not think it should be affordable? Do you understand what I'm saying? It's like you are stuck in this cycle now where you expect families who can't afford to pay for childcare to pay for childcare. You don't want billionaires who've been ripping off the system. You don't want your property taxes to go up. So the solution is to go after those billionaires who've been ripping off the system, forcing them to pay for taxes that they should have been paying for all along. Your property taxes are not affected, and then we can pay for childcare. And for some reason, you don't like that idea? What? Explain that to me. Isn't that what you've been asking for? Yeah, exactly. But have more babies. Stop being so under-babied, as they say. All right. It is the 198th day of the Trump administration denying the release of the Epstein files. I should say the Trump files. For whatever reason, because the president is a pedophile. Yeah, if the president can say that Barack Obama is guilty, well, I'll just do it this way because it's just easier. I just want to remind our MAGA friends in the chat that when the president says this,
perspective, who should the DOJ target as part of their investigation? What specific figures in the Obama administration?
Well, based on what I read, and I read pretty much what you read, it would be President Obama. He started it. And Biden was there with him. And Comey was there, and Clapper, the whole group was there. Brennan, they were all there in a room, right here. This was the room. This is much more beautiful than it was then, but that's okay. If you look at those papers, they have them stone cold, and it was President Obama. It wasn't lots of people all over the place. It was them too. But the leader of the gang was President Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? And except for the fact that he gets shielded by the press for his entire life, that's the one look, he's guilty. It's not a question. I like to say, let's give it time. It's there. He's guilty.
Okay, so the president of the United States sitting in the Oval Office, our office, saying that a former president is guilty. So if he can do that, I can proudly say that Donald Trump is a twice impeached, 4-time indicted, sexually abusing rapist, pedophile. Because he is a pedophile. Because if that's the standard that we're now going to set, that you can just say things, we know that he's twice impeached. We know that he's twice impeached, 4-time convicted, traitorous felon piece of shit. I'm a slanderer, Polly boy? Am I? Am I a slanderer? So isn't the president slandering as well? Is that the game we're going to play, Polly boy? Because the president of the United States just said that Barack Obama was guilty. Is he guilty? Is he? Twice impeached, four-time indicted, 34-time convicted felon, name on a list predator racist. Name on a list predator racist pedophile. Cool, just want to make sure we had that understanding. If that's the game we're going to play now, then let's play it. I have no problem with that whatsoever. All right, speaking of the Epstein files, I'm still blown away by that story that we read from New York Magazine a couple weeks back about how there was a group that was gathered in the Situation Room in the White House. Now, I've gone back and forth on this book by Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, right? Because they had this information, and although a lot of it was added, because a lot of it they added recently because of the events regarding the Iran war, so a lot of it's new. But a lot of information that they had that would have been nice to know a little while ago. It looks like they didn't have before the election, so that wouldn't have mattered. But it would have been nice to hear some of this a little while ago. Here is, it's not slander when backed by facts. So you're right, Jeff. So I can certainly call the president a pedo because it's backed by facts. So Barack Obama is guilty of what? In our system, you're innocent until proven guilty, right? So if he can say that, then I can say whatever the fuck I want. Anyway, Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan talking about how the entire Epstein files just paralyzed the White House.
If you were watching the Trump administration in 2025,
you would have gotten the impression that the Epstein files were a relatively minor issue.
President Trump suggested that nobody cared.
He said that the Epstein story was boring,
that this was a hoax.
These files were made up by Comey. They were made up by Obama.
But what we learned while we were reporting our book, Regime Change, was just how much the Trump administration, up to the highest levels of the government, were paralyzed over how to deal with a growing crisis. Their biggest obstacle was Donald Trump.
Trump wanted it buried. He did.
Think about that. The biggest obstacle to releasing all the files was the person whose name was in the files more than anybody, with the exception of 3 people. Ghislaine Maxwell, Jeffrey Epstein, and Leslie Groff, who was Epstein's right-hand person. Wild.
Didn't want to release the files. His staff knew that this was an issue that they couldn't really talk about.
People in his orbit found him snapping at them if they even raised the issue of Jeffrey Epstein.
So over the summer of 2025, you had some of Trump's most senior advisors, the top level of the government, gathered in the Situation Room,
which is typically used for national security or responding to national disasters,
to figure out a way to spin their way out of this.
Not with the president, but among themselves.
It was an issue that came back to bite them, because many of the same senior people who were in the Situation Room were very strong advocates for releasing the Epstein files way back even before the 2024 campaign, and potentially a client list, a list of powerful men who were, the rumors had it, involved in sex trafficking with Epstein. We have seen no evidence that there is a client list.
But the idea of a client list had been popularized by, among others, Trump's future vice president.
Seriously, we need to release the Epstein list. That is an important thing.
His future FBI director.
Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
And his future deputy FBI director.
The Epstein client list, I believe, is going to rock the political world. There's a reason they're hiding it.
After he was elected, his own attorney general appeared to confirm that a client list existed.
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump.
They go through the files and the message changes very substantially. Very quickly, it became clear that Trump himself was mentioned numerous times across these files.
Does not mean that anything said there was verified about Trump or anyone else, but it did mean that releasing the files was a non-starter for the president and his team.
In the coming months, there were internal conversations about, well, what do we do?
In early July, the Justice Department and the FBI released a joint memo with no names attached to it, just letterhead, saying, in fact, there was no client list and that there were no other people who should be prosecuted in connection with Jeffrey Epstein's crimes.
And all of a sudden, Many of his voters who thought that they were electing a president and people around him to get to the bottom of the Epstein story were suddenly feeling that they were actually part of a cover-up.
How many of you are satisfied with the results of the Epstein investigation?
During this whole period, Trump was just getting more and more fed up.
He was very used to telling his base what to think and having them believe him.
He accused his supporters of being weaklings. He said he didn't want their support anymore.
He used expletives to say this was all fake, and again said this was all the fault of Democrats.
Any attempts that Trump made to downplay the scandal only reinforced suspicions among his base that they were hiding something. So at those meetings last summer, when President Trump's most senior aides gathered away from him, the vice president thought that they should put everything out there, that Congress was going to force the issue anyway. Others, like the chief of staff, said absolutely no way the president would be okay with that. There was a conversation about whether Todd Blanche, who was the Deputy Attorney General at the time, whether he should go on Joe Rogan. The Vice President said that he should be the one to go on Rogan.
What they didn't talk about was prosecuting additional men or any kind of widespread justice for the victims. We're talking about a number of women who say that they were victimized and abused by Jeffrey Epstein. Many of them were minors. The discussion in the Situation Room was not about how to give these women a hearing or a chance to tell their stories. These meetings were about how to handle the political fallout around the White House.
What ended up happening is their hand was forced by Congress. They ultimately passed, nearly unanimously, the Epstein Files Transparency Act. Trump was forced to sign it. And what was clear from our reporting is even after that, even after the passage of this bill and the release of so many of these files, the issue didn't go away at all. Maggie and I obtained a document written by President Trump's top pollster, Tony Fabrizio, which described focus groups that were conducted in March of this year.
It was the sixth most important issue raised by voters in this focus group.
Head of crime and safety, the military, data centers. I mean, these are really potent political issues that ranked below the Epstein files. More than a year after they first started to try to deal with the Epstein crisis.
He just simply could not make it go away by telling his supporters they should believe him instead of something else.
So you heard from Maggie Haberman and Jonathan Swan, who are the co-authors of Regime Change Inside the Trump White House, and discussing this series of missteps, which just to me just proves time and time again that he is guilty. You know, again, I don't need a court system apparently, because if the president can say that Barack Obama is guilty, then I can say that Donald Trump is a predator. You know, twice impeached, 4 times indicted, sexually abusing, fraudster, convicted felon, name on a list, predator, P3DO. And I saw the question from people in the chat, why didn't the Biden administration? Now listen, I'm not one, we call balls and strikes here. Numerous administrations have failed survivors in this. Numerous administrations. So what we do on the left is we call balls and strikes. No one has done enough for the survivors of this case. The Biden administration specifically, because Ghislaine Maxwell was appealing her case, they couldn't release files. That's how that works. So Mimic, you might want to read about that a little bit, because you don't understand the court systems at all. You don't understand sponges. So I'm not surprised by any of that, but that's the reason. But we don't see the difference between us and people on the right. We talk about this oftentimes, many times. We don't give a fuck whose name's in it. We don't care. We do not care who's in there. You cannot deny that your administration has been covering this up from the beginning because you don't want the truth. That your boy is a predator, that he's a P3DO, along with a rapist, a con man, a fraud, a felon. None of those things matter to you. You keep saying, oh, if there's any evidence, well, we read evidence all the time. I've read EFTA 016838870. Again, EFTA 0. You want a little bit of light reading, Mimic? Go to the Department of Justice website, go to the Epstein Files archive, and type in EFTA 01683870 and tell me that there's no credible information. Go ahead. Now, you can choose to not believe the testimony of young girls Why? How would they know that Donald Trump was going to run for president someday? Because that's the argument. Oh, they weaponized. Weaponized what? This happened 30 years ago. So you can try to defend it all you want. Again, I will ask you the question. Do you want to be remembered by this? And you want to say, I support this? Okay? I support this, and I support the people in masks because they're true patriots. They're standing up for what I believe in. Or could you take a second and look on her face and see how terrified she is? But many of you just don't care. The same people who do not care that young girls and boys were assaulted and in many cases murdered, disappeared. Okay? So there's a reset to the gift gallery. You guys should check that out. It's the links in my bio. Go for that. Somebody said, so again, it's EFTA 016838870. I don't want to, I'm not going to traumatize people. Just read it. Just read it. And you can tell, and you can, this is a document that's in the files. You can talk about the report, sexual exploitation and rape of a minor in New York. And the reason I won't get into this now because it's pretty graphic, and I don't want to do that right now. But part of it is there's another one too. Is this the right one? Yeah. Yep. How young girls are supposed to behave. Many people are focused on the island. Okay. A lot of these crimes, especially those involving Trump, happened in Florida or happened in New York. So even though we do know that he's on the flight logs, according to records that he lied about that, we do know that. We do know all of that. We've got the information. So again, you can read this. EFTA 016838870. Just read it. Just read it. That's all I'm asking. And part of the issue is that the names are redacted of the people that in some cases that were alleged perpetrators of these crimes. Yeah, New Mexico, on planes, New York, Florida, exactly. So this is what when we say you guys want to hold on to this, that there's no credible evidence. So this report was from 2016, based on incidences that happened to her when she was a child. Why does a 13-year-old girl? Why would a 13-year-old girl lie about something like that? Imagine traumatizing herself. Why? And again, you all who don't think there's anything wrong with this really don't care. You just really don't care. And that's part of it. Hi, Tina.
Hi, Steve. First of all, love your show. Watch you almost every morning.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you. I just wanted to bring up something, and somebody in the chat answered part of the question, and then I had another question on top of it. So I thought with your smart chat and yourself, maybe you guys might have an answer.
Okay.
I was wondering, first question I asked was, could Obama go after Trump for defamation?
Sure.
Excuse me. And somebody said he'd just claim privilege, which makes sense.
He would. Well, I mean, it's. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, it would be slander technically, but he could.
Okay.
He could.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I just wondered if he did that, if that would make the files come out, because that'd be what they'd have to be going by. And if that came out, would that be a part of public record?
Well, I mean, it's interesting you bring that up because Trump's got this lawsuit with the BBC having to do with January 6th and some of their coverage. And they're asking for discovery, which means that they want everything, any communications that Trump had leading up to that day. So you got to be careful what you wish for. He's always sued people. And in the past, people have always just given in and have just settled. But people are like, no, I'm not going to settle. You want to play this game? Let's play this game. So we'll see. It's a good question.
So I just wonder if that. Well, thank you. You have an awesome day. Thanks for your chat and for you and everything.
I appreciate you, friend. Have a good day. Be safe out there, okay? Thanks a lot.
You too.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, I mean, you can't really claim immunity. You can you can't defame somebody because he's not acting in his practice as the president. He's making an affirmative statement as if it's fact that the president is guilty. That was my cease and desist letter that I just wrote recently, actually, to a certain individual in California. Say, dude, you can't just lie about me. So good luck. Good luck. Good luck doing that. Good morning, Polly. How are you? Thank you for the gift.
I'm good. That was a mistake on my part. When I wrote slander, that was another addition to the list that you were saying of all the different things. A lot of the times I've learned my texts, I've got to explain a little better sometimes because
it's all good.
It's
all good.
Yeah.
Anything
No,
else?
I would never think that.
You would never think what?
You're the facts master.
Oh, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Thank you, bro, for jumping in today. I appreciate you. Be safe out there.
All right. God bless.
You too. Everybody, you guys have been so great today with all of your gifts. Thank you so very, very much. I appreciate you guys. Let's see if we can take out that that final. I think we need a few more necklaces. If you wouldn't mind, if you wouldn't mind helping us out with that. You see, I've been doing this. How long have I been doing this now? For like 4 years. I still don't know how any of that shit works, but I'll figure it out because this is my full-time gig now, as of today. Okay. I've got I'm a hawk. I'll bring you up and then I'll get back to the show, our regular scheduled program. Yeah, I know Hector yelled at you guys. He did. Diesel, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Fine, thank you. What's on your mind?
What story are you trying to tell with that picture?
Well, you tell me.
I mean, I'm asking you because you're the one that has it up there.
What do you see when you look in her eyes?
Brown eyes.
Just brown eyes?
That's it.
Really? You don't think that she looks? You don't think she looks afraid?
Not necessarily.
Not
I think she looks angry.
Not necessarily. Why do you think? Why do you think she might be angry?
Look at her eyebrows.
No, but why? But why do you think she might be angry?
I'm not sure.
Who's sitting around her?
I can't really tell. It's a pretty bad picture.
It's a Patriot Front. These are all the guys that went in their cosplay uniforms with their white masks. You know, the white supremacist groups. Do you align with their beliefs?
Hold on. Wait. Let's backtrack a little bit.
No, I'm asking you. Do you align with their beliefs? They are a white supremacist group. They brag about it on their website. We know that they are. So do you support that?
I'm not going to say yes or no to that. I'm not going to comment on that.
Cool. Have a good day. You're not going to say yes or no as to whether or not you support white supremacy? What? Wait a second. Okay. You're asked a question. Do you support white supremacy? I'm going to choose not to answer that question. What? What? You could even lie, bro. You could even just lie and try to have a conversation and say, no, of course not. But your answer is, I'm not going to answer that question? I'm not sure what's more disturbing, that answer or when I ask people if they think food is a right and people say no. What? What the actual fuck was that? Holy shit. What the fuck? Okay, let me check here. I don't think there's anything there that I missed. No. All right. Just real quick, want to head on over here. I think I got all those covered. Yes. Thank you to all the gifters today. You guys are incredible. Thank you for all your donors. Remember, as a reminder, if you donate $5 throughout this week, every $5 donation, Cash App, PayPal, Venmo, and some of the larger gifts that take us over that number, your name will go into a drawing that will allow you to be entered into a contest where the winner gets a merch item from the merch store. We'll do that drawing on Monday. So $5 gets you one entry, $10 gets you two, $20 gets you four, and so on and so forth. I'm still reeling from that. Like, what the fuck? What? Do you believe in what they believe? I'm not going to answer that either way. Okay. It's probably in the photo. Yeah. All right. One more thing that I want to get to today, and then we'll wrap. I think I played that already. A couple of things from Howard Nutlick that I think are really, really sort of entertaining, I guess we'll say. He's not Howard Nutlick, Doug Burgum. Sorry, Doug Burgum. Talking about the reflecting pool. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this, which is why I want to save for the end of the show. So they are still trying to say that a crime against humanity was the vinyl pool cover bandit who in Washington, D.C., where cameras everywhere, climbed into the reflecting pool with a box cutter and cut a 350-foot long slice in the pool. Okay.
The president has repeatedly claimed that vandals cut a 350-foot gash in the pool. That's a claim that's echoed in a legal filing by your department. What specific evidence do you have to back up that claim?
Well, we have the actual cuts that were made into the industrial liner, and that's been measured out. So that's just a fact that's what we've got to go back and repair.
There's a 350-foot gash?
Well, it's multiple gashes that add up to 350 feet across that. And so, and again, some of this happened early on. There was where we've installed more cameras. I mean, we weren't expecting that we were going to have a small group of people that wanted to try to destroy effectively what is part of the Lincoln Memorial. There's plenty of cameras around the Lincoln statue and around the memorial. The reflecting pool had gone for decades without vandalism, but now we've got cameras up and we've got more eyes on it, and we'll we have to. That's part of the job of the National Park Service and the U.S. Park Police is to protect our monuments. And so we're in better shape now. If anyone were to do something now, we would have better video evidence of that.
But you don't have video evidence of people making those gashes.
We do have video, and we do have eyewitness reports, and that's up to the courts now. So that process will go forward in the legal system.
Okay. All right, I'm going to close with this. I remember this debate. This goes back when President Obama was running against John McCain. And remember, I think it's important for context because some of the lies still continue to exist. So it's a Trump supporter asking about why, President Obama, are you going to take my guns? The reason I think it's relevant is because we hear the same kind of messaging. Mike Johnson saying the same thing. The president saying the communists are coming for your guns. Mike Johnson saying the socialists, the radical leftists, Marxists, Leninists, every fucking ist there is are coming for your guns. And I remember, and I had to search for this. It took me a while to find it because I couldn't put it into context. All I did was remember that President Obama had a debate with a Trump supporter at a rally about firearm nonsense, or firearms and whether the right wing rhetoric nonsense about wanting the Democrats are going to take your guns. So this is how you address it. And thank you, President Obama. So here you go.
Thought he was about to humiliate Barack Obama on guns. But instead, Obama dismantled the entire argument piece by piece. Watch.
Why then do you and Hillary want to control and restrict and limit gun manufacturers, gun owners, and the responsible use of guns and ammunition to the rest of us, the good guys, instead of holding the bad guys accountable for their actions? And Mr. President, if I may, Chicago, your hometown, a city that has some of the strictest gun laws in the nation, a city that for decades and still is under Democratic control, a city that has an outrageous and even embarrassing murder rate as my first example. Why can't we round up these thugs, these drug dealers and gang members, and hold them accountable for their actions?
Yeah, it's just a little backstory behind those statements, right? Yeah, nothing to see here.
Or allow the good people in Chicago access to firearms to protect themselves.
Good. All right. Well, let me. It's a multi-part question, so let me just say a couple things. First of all, the notion that I or Hillary or Democrats or whoever you want to choose are hell-bent on taking away folks' guns is just not true.
President Obama was just getting warmed up. The town hall in his final year in office in 2016 came in the midst of the Trump versus Clinton presidential campaign.
I don't care how many times the NRA says it. I'm about to leave office. There have been more guns sold since I've been president than just about any time in U.S. history. There are enough guns for every man, woman, and child in this country. And at no point have I ever proposed confiscating guns from responsible gun owners. So it's just not true. What I have said is precisely what you suggested, which is, why don't we treat this like every other thing that we use? We used to have really bad auto fatality rates. The auto fatality rate has actually dropped precipitously, drastically, since I was a kid. Why is that? We decided we had seatbelt laws. We decided to have manufacturers put airbags in place. We decided to crack down on drunk driving and texting. We decided to redesign roads so that they were less likely to have a car bank. We studied what is causing these fatalities using science and data and evidence, and then we slowly treated it like the public health problem it was, and it got reduced. We are not allowed to do any of that when it comes to guns, because people, if you propose anything, it is suggested that we're trying to wipe away gun rights and impose tyranny and martial law. Do you know that Congress will not allow the Center for Disease Control to study gun violence?
Still true.
They're not allowed to study it.
That's still true.
Because the notion is that by studying it the same way we do with traffic accidents, somehow that's going to lead to everybody's guns being confiscated. When we talked about background checks, if you buy a car, if you want to get a license, first of all, you got to get a license. You have to take a test. People have to know that you know how to drive. You don't have to do any of that with respect to buying a gun. And when we talked about doing effective background checks, it was resisted because the notion was we were going to take your guns away. I just came from a meeting today in the Situation Room in which I've got people who we know have been on ISIL websites, living here in the United States, U.S. citizens, and we're allowed to put them on the no-fly list when it comes to airlines. But because of the National Rifle Association, I cannot prohibit those people from buying a gun. This is somebody who is a known ISIL sympathizer, and if he wants to walk in to a gun store or a gun show right now and buy as many weapons as ammo as he can, nothing's prohibiting him from doing that, even though the FBI knows who that person is. So, sir, I just have to say respectfully that there is a way for us to have common sense gun laws. There is a way for us to make sure that lawful, responsible gun owners like yourself are able to use it for sporting, hunting, protecting yourself. But the only way we're going to do that is if we don't have a situation in which anything that is proposed is viewed as some tyrannical destruction of the Second Amendment. And that's how the issue too often gets framed.
Damn, missed that dude. It's sort of, it's you can insert whatever hot button political issue you want into the same conversation, whether it's gun rights, whether it's reproductive health care, whether it's Medicaid, Medicare, whether it's SNAP, whether it's now communism. They're going to try to turn this into something that all these things are threats. The Democrats are going to take all these things away from you. They're going to take your guns. They're going to take your health care. They're going to take your freedom. They're going to take your liberty. By the way, I spent a lot of time in a live over the weekend with someone who had an interesting background, and I kept asking my friend who was in that live with me. I forget, but we were tag teaming, and Kenneth was in there with me, and this gentleman had that altruism was bad, and I kept asking him, how do we feed kids in your world? His answer was freedom and property rights. So it's the same argument. These independent thinkers, libertarians, by the way, some of my favorite people to talk to because none of them make any sense. None of them, they have these great ideas, but they can never connect the dots. So it doesn't matter what the topic is. In this case, we go back to firearms because it's still there. It's still the number one cause of death for children between the ages of 1 and 18. Oh yeah, I shit you not. That was Ali Mom was there. She can tell you. This person said, oh yeah, we feed kids freedom and property rights. Give people more freedom to grow food on their own property and everything will take care of themselves. And then his answer was, it's going to take churches or the kindness of others. I said, so altruism basically? He's like, yeah, basically. So then why is altruism bad? Then his head exploded. Anywho, it's the same old topic. It's the same old theme. It's the same old line of thought. Just insert the topic. Anyway, thank you guys for a great show today. Thank you to all the amazing gifters. Thank you for people who've contributed to the cause. Really, really appreciate you guys. Thank you for supporting me in the announcement that this is now my full-time gig. I'm going to put together some pieces for the And That's a Wrap show. We'll probably do like one night a week. I don't think I can do it tonight because I have a couple of other things I have to wrap up. But I'm going to try to do that every weeknight at 9 o'clock Eastern time, potentially. I think that's the time, and we'll try to do it. Look for more content from me. Look for more I'm going to be publishing more content on Substack, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Let me just check with my mod team to see who we're going to raid. Who's out there live right now? Is our Monica? Monty's probably live. Let's go raid just Monida, please. Actually, Smitty. Let's go raid Smitty. SoCal Smitty, please go raid SoCal Smitty. Tell me said hello. Friends, listen, there's a lot to do, and I appreciate everybody's kind words. White America, we have a lot to do. A lot to do. If you are as disgusted by this as you should be, then the question is, what are you going to do about it? Is that your do something? Is it as simple as that? Right? I watched National Treasure because I was feeling over the holiday weekend because I watched National Treasure. Could it really be that simple? He takes the pipe that he found in Charlotte, right? Puts it in the wall, puts the pipe handle in, spins it, opens up the treasure room. If opening up your eyes to your white privilege is just accepting the fact that you have white privilege, then I'll take that as a win. Go raid Smitty. Tell me said hello. I love you guys. Mods, you guys are the best. Smarter Chat on TikTok. Thank you all the donors and the gifters. I appreciate you guys. We'll be back tomorrow, 8 o'clock Eastern time. There's always something to do, friends. So please get out there and do something, whatever it is. I don't care. Make your journey to the right side of history. I appreciate you all. See you tomorrow.